If we do, we're gonna do. I got it. I'll do the.
Mr. Dennis McCain.
You're going to hit it real hard. All right. Ready?
Welcome to the Wednesday, October 25th Metropolitan Council presentation. We'll start tonight with thanking Ms. Zaria for helping us gavel in the meeting. Everybody give Ms. Zaria a round of applause. Item number one, we'll have Dr. Jim Lorenz on behalf of Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome recognize the eye care program. Ms. Tanya Chapman Griffin, Dr. Susan Thornton, Pamela Howard, Hope Child, Joy Duhan, Jennifer DeGrise, Calvin McClinton, Inger Sanford, and Cecile Washington. Dr. Lorenz?
Thank you. And again, I apologize for Mayor Broome not being here, but it's a great honor for us to present this presentation to the eye care program and to the individuals that you just mentioned. And good afternoon. Jim Lorenz, I am Chief Administrative Officer and honored to stand before you today on behalf of Mayor President Broome to recognize Red Ribbon Week, observed from October 23rd through the 31st. This week is a time to reaffirm our commitment to creating a healthier, safer Baton Rouge and to express our deep appreciation for the invaluable work of the eye care program in our East Baton Rouge Parish public school system. The eye care program is at the forefront of alcohol, drug abuse, and violence prevention in our EBR schools. This program plays a crucial role in empowering students to make healthy choices and providing prevention education in areas such as alcohol, drugs, violence, and crisis response. The heart of the eye care program lies in its dedicated staff, including licensed prevention professionals who are not just educators, but also champions of our students' well-being. Their dedication is unwavering, and the profound impact they have on our community is immeasurable. The eye care program offers a comprehensive range of services, from individual and group consultations to family support, classroom education, staff and parent training, and campaigns for prevention. It empowers our students to make informed, responsible choices and build resilience against the challenges they may face. Red Ribbon Week reminds us that the fight against drug abuse, alcohol misuse, and violence is a collective endeavor. The eye care program embodies the spirit of collaboration between educators, families, and our community, creating a brighter future for Baton Rouge. We are grateful for a program and community leaders who prioritize the development of culturally responsive, and emotionally safe learning environments. On behalf of Mayor President Broome, she says thank you and may you continue to work together for the betterment of our community. And a proclamation from the office of the Mayor President. City of Baton Rouge values the health and safety of all citizens, and whereas substance abuse is particularly damaging to one of our most valuable resources, our children, and a contributing factor in the leading cause. You may stand if we have. All of you, please. We gather around, huh? Yeah. And to continue on, reading the proclamation itself, whereas substance abuse is particularly damaging to one of our most valuable resources, our children, and a contributing factor in the leading cause of death for teenagers, accidents, homicides, and suicides. And whereas it is a goal of Red Ribbon Week in the city of Baton Rouge to involve families, schools, businesses, churches, law enforcement agencies, and service organizations in all aspects of this campaign, and establish an atmosphere that supports awareness, education, and ongoing initiatives to prevent illegal drug abuse. And whereas the Red Ribbon Week campaign theme promotes family and individual responsibilities for living healthy, drug-free lifestyles without illegal drugs or the illegal use of legal drugs. And whereas the City of Baton Rouge encourages its citizens to join with teachers, parents, administrators, and parish officials in encouraging all persons to become productive individuals and to create, achieve, and maintain caring and responsible lifestyles. Whereas the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board encourages all schools to plan and develop activities in conjunction with the Red Ribbon Week, where thousands of students promote healthy, safe, and drug-free lifestyles. Now, therefore, I, Sharon Weston Broom, Mayor President of the City of Baton Rouge and Parish of East Baton Rouge, do hereby recognize the week of October 23rd, 2023 to October 30th, 2023 as Red Ribbon Week, and call this observance to the attention of our citizens, in witness whereof I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Baton Rouge and Parish of East Baton Rouge to be affixed upon this 25th day of October in the year of our Lord, 2023. Sharon Weston Broom, Mayor President. Thank you. Oh, you want me back here? Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Councilman Darrell Hurst to recognize Miss Elnora Bellin, Helene Johnson, Mozella Mackey, and Ethel Underwood for breast cancer awareness. Councilman Hurst.
We have some people still fighting through the traffic to get here, but as October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the biggest hit that I've ever had in my family was due to the impact that breast cancer can have, not just on a loved one, but the people affected by the loss of that loved one. And we watched that person go through the battle, who was my mother-in-law, shook our family, shook our home. Took several years to recover, and I don't think there's ever recovery from it, but create an opportunity to cope with it long term. Just learning that process from my kids, to my wife, to my in-laws, to every person who shopped at her store. So this month means a whole lot to me, and in recognition of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we want to celebrate people and give them their flowers while they're here. And so we had 4 people from District 5 to be recognized today. One is present. So being recognized as a breast cancer survivor, demonstrating bravery, inner strength, hope, courage, and determination, may the fullness of life be yours in the days ahead. And given this day, October 25th, 2023, with sincere gratitude and testimony whereof, I have here and set my hand as my official signature and cause to be affixed the seal of the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge, Councilman Darrell Hurst, Ms. Mozella Mackey.
Glory to God.
Yes,
It's the head of my life. My name is Mozella Mackey, and I'm a 16-year cancer survivor. It was a hard road, but I made it. At the end of the tunnel, that is a light. And you always keep hope, faith, and understanding, and sharing love with everyone.
Each in a minute. Next up, we'll have Metro Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman to recognize Helix Mentorship STEM Academy.
I say good afternoon, everyone. You all can do better than that. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, now you all are in the building because today, this recognition of Helix Mentorship STEAM Academy presentation is what's up. Come on, Jeff, you right on time. You sound it yourself. Yes. And so Helix Mentorship STEAM Academy strives to close the achievement gap among students, strengthen each individual student by using STEAM-based learning, enhance foundational depth, cultivate critical thinking skills, and to ensure students are mastering rigorous content. Helix Mentorship STEAM Academy implements a technology-rich curriculum in order to prepare students to attend a 4-year college. It also preps for career readiness through shadowing and community service projects. Also, the Helix Mentorship STEAM Academy fosters good citizenship to influence good decision-making and taking part in politics and voting. So give it up for Helix Mentorship STEAM Academy. And so I'm going to ask, come on up, Helix Mentorship. Come on. And I dare, okay, so you're going to stand over there. And so here today we have Dr. Angela Lee Domain, who is the executive director of Helix Mentorship STEAM Academy. And so exemplifying the mission of preparing these students for college, career, and citizenship, and closing that achievement gap and strengthening each individual student by using STEAM-based learning. And given this day, October 25th, 2023, with sincere gratitude and testimony thereof, I have hereunto set my little hands as my official signature and caused to be affixed the seal of the City of Baton Rouge, the Parish of East Baton Rouge, Carolyn R. Coleman, Metropolitan Councilwoman here in District 10, the only district that I know. And so, Doc.
We thank you so much, Councilman Coleman, for this recognition, and to our entire council. We enjoy being able to say that downtown is our playground. And so with all that we can offer in STEAM, with our cybersecurity courses and our engineering courses, and some of you who work downtown may hear our band, our band that has just gotten started this year. There is such a plethora and depth to the curriculum that we offer, the opportunities for students to grow, to learn, to develop, to figure out who they are. We are proud to do what we do every day for the dynamic students that we serve from all across the parish, and the parents who have chosen to entrust us with the education of their children. So we thank you for your support. We let you know that the best is yet to come. We are still working to grow. And again, thank you for this recognition.
And last, we'll have Dr. Jim Lorenz on behalf of Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome and Metropolitan Councilman Darrell Hurst to recognize Sean Wallace, Southern University football coach.
So I'm going to call a couple more folks up here because I know it's kind of getting a little bit late, but State Representative Barbara Carpenter, Coach Pete Richardson, and we had Troy Carter and Cleo that weren't able to make it today, but they all represent that district. But Sean Wallace, I didn't have the opportunity to play with him, but I had the opportunity to be entertained by him on several occasions. Because when you meet Sean, you never forget him. I tell him he is the epitome of what a New Orleans person looks like. You know, everything is the best in New Orleans. Everything is so passionate, rubbing your hands together, just talking about how great everything is there. But the one thing that he definitely made everyone proud of was to be a Southern Jaguar. While I didn't have the opportunity to play with him, I had the opportunity to cheer him on Saturday nights and wish that I was Sean Wallace. And I had a conversation this morning with Trey Godfrey at Brack. And Sean, I'm going to tell you, he said, man, Sean used to talk to himself on the sidelines and move his hands. And he said, I used to go to Episcopal and act like I was Sean Wallace and do the same thing on the sidelines. So what you did not know is the enthusiasm that you had on the field was infectious. Even then, it affected everybody off the field as well, not just your teammates, but the fans, the citizens of Baton Rouge. And today I have a certificate signed by everyone but Councilwoman Chana Banks, and I'll make sure we take a picture with it, but I want everybody's signature on it before I get it to you. She hasn't arrived yet. But this certificate of recognition is for Sean Wallace, Southern University Safeties football coach. Oh, she just made it. Okay. Sean Wallace is a Southern University legend both on and off the field. His selflessness as a teammate, community advocate, and now as a Southern University coach demonstrates his belief in God and how he is using his gifts and talents to be a servant leader. Sean is now facing the biggest challenge of his life with pancreatic cancer. When you invest in others, your return on your investment will come when you need it most. Today, your Southern University football teammates, staff, and Baton Rouge community and the Metropolitan Council join together to stand Sean strong. Y'all welcome Coach for SU Safeties, Mr. Sean Wallace. Next, we have the Mayor President's office. The mayor is out today, so the CAO, Dr. James Lorenz, will step up.
Thank you. The mayor apologized for not being able to join us this morning. She left this message. She said, we have gathered here to recognize a truly exceptional coach, Coach Sean Wallace. We celebrate not only his remarkable career in coaching, but more importantly, his unwavering courage and inspiration in the face of a challenging battle with pancreatic cancer. Coach Wallace, your dedication and commitment to excellence on the field have touched countless lives. However, recently, it is your journey off the field that has impacted us even more profoundly. Your resilience in the face of adversity is nothing short of extraordinary. Your fight symbolizes what it means to persevere when faced with the most formidable of challenges. Your tenacity is a beacon of hope, a reminder that the human spirit can overcome the seemingly insurmountable. As you continue this battle, please know that your community stands with you. Your strength and perseverance continue to guide you, and we are all inspired by your example. Coach, may your strength continue to light the way. You are and will always be a source of pride for Southern University, the Jaguar Nation, and Baton Rouge. Again, on behalf of Mayor President Broome, Councilman Hurst, and the Metropolitan Council, God bless. And we'll have the certificate of commendation from the Office of the Mayor President, Seat of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana. Certificate of commendation presented to Coach Sean Wallace. In recognition of your unwavering courage and inspiration in the face of your battle with pancreatic cancer, your dedication and commitment to excellence have touched the lives of countless players and coaches. You are an inspiration to us all. May your strength and perseverance continue to guide you as continue your fight. Sharon Weston Broome, Mayor President.
Today he's going to get a lot of love, man, and we're going to be patient, and if we start a little bit late, I'm okay with that. So next we have up representing Southern University and Southern University System, Ms. Tracy Woods.
Yay. Good evening, everyone. This is a familiar place for me. My father served on this council many years ago, and thank you. But on behalf of the Southern University system, we are here to acknowledge Coach Sean Hayes for his remarkable journey that he is having, and we want to make sure that he knows that the Southern University system loves him and is here with him, and we really appreciate the love that the city of Baton Rouge is showing him today. So on behalf of the Southern University system, President Dennis Shields, Interim Chancellor John Pierre, and all of the other people here representing Sean and Southern University, we thank you and we love you, Sean.
Next we'll have the state representative for Southern University, Representative Barbara Carpenter.
Thank you and good evening. I'm honored to be here to speak on behalf of the Louisiana State Legislature. And so as the representative of which Southern University is located, I'm truly pleased to be here to speak to you today. This resolution is on behalf of the House of Representatives and me, Barbara Carpenter. And so today we honor Mr. Sean Wallace, a true warrior in his battle against pancreatic cancer. As he prepares to journey to MD Anderson in Houston for further treatment, let us rally around him, sending waves of love, strength, and prayers, illuminating his path with unwavering community support. Coach Sean, your courage and determination are a beacon of hope, and we stand by your side as you embark on this journey. And so this, of course, is signed by the Speaker of the House, Clay Shake Snyder, and me, Barbara West Carpenter. And on a personal note, as a 3-year breast cancer survivor, actually this month, I can say to you, Sean, that there are prayers and there are people, and they both come together to help in this fight. And I have a personal token because as you are in Houston, you're going to be able to buy a Coca-Cola every now and then, and anything else that your family and you might need while you're there. So you take this check and do what you want to do with it. I love you. And I'm always available to listen.
So we have two more presenters. Y'all bear with us. The next man needs no introduction. I don't even know if I could say enough about him. But he was like a second father to me on campus and everybody else that he coached. So y'all give a round of applause, because not just for what he did then, but how he still instills in us now, for Coach Pete Richardson.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here, but I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for these two back here. And I'm going to tell you, they were hell raisers when I came in. But I'm really proud of them, because they're almost like my kids now, because I've seen them go through the process of staying in school, and not only with that educational aspect, but they both of them have two tremendous families. And for two individuals to be involved in the educational system and the city system, I would never think where they came from. But really, like I said, they're just like my kids, and I'm proud of them as ever can be, and you know, I'm sure that we're going to pray for them. Thank you.
I have somebody that has become very special, near and dear to my heart in the last 24 hours. I'm telling you, I called this guy Dan. He makes the Zydeco shirts and has made some for me. And Sean was supposed to call me this weekend. Sean called me at 9 o'clock yesterday morning and said, Darryl, I'm going to make it. I said, if you're going to make it, we're going to make it happen for you. He didn't know all of this was going to happen, but this happened in less than 24 hours. And I called Dan McNamara with Bayou Apparel. And I said, Dan, I said, can I buy 50 shirts from you, and can you make them by tomorrow? I don't know how many people are going to show up, but between the mayor's office, the council, former football players, we're going to be Sean Strong tomorrow. So he said, I'm going to give you everything I have. So he made like 143 shirts in less than 24 hours to support Sean. So y'all give him a round of applause. But he said, I'm going to donate $250, and whatever is donated and not provided at the council meeting will then be sold, and all the proceeds will go to support Sean's family. And then beyond that, every shirt that's above $5 will go towards Sean's family. So I want to bring up, I call him Dan the Man now, and he has a presentation for Sean, and he'll tell you a little bit more about the next steps. Thank you. And Southern's band, and you'll understand why. There you go.
Yeah, it's short notice. Usually. But no, when Councilman called us, you know, he had this idea, and we looked at the logo, and it was, you know, it was just an outstanding idea to help the family and coach. And I'm sure a lot of you in here, even if you don't know a coach that well, met him a few times, I know I do personally, follow the careers of the guys that leave Louisiana. You know, a lot of coaches travel all around. You always want to support them no matter where they are, especially when they come back and do so much for the state. So that was our reasoning for jumping in. And after we found out what we could get done today, what we could do, I called the Southern University band, the Human Jukebox. And I mean, within minutes, they were on board. So we did a deal with them where the whole band, the dancing dolls, instead of their normal dress on game day Saturday, before they put their unis on, of course, they are going to have the Sean Strong T-shirts on. And they went above and beyond the price, because we let them know that we were going to give back to the fund on anything they purchased. So they're outfitting everybody, and just from that sale, we have a check for $5,000 for Sean and the family. But the band is here if they want to say anything, because they stepped up. They did a hell of a job.
So that concludes the presentation, but I would ask all my council members to step down here to take a picture with Sean, and then we're going to get everybody, because there's a bunch of players and loved ones, his wife. So I'm going to ask his wife to come up right now, but just a council member step down if you don't mind and take a picture with Sean. When he leaves here, he's heading directly to MD Anderson. So we want to give him as much love and support as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a brief request to speak from Councilwoman Banks.
So this is just awesome. This is absolutely awesome. When I've known Vino and Keno, the wife is Vino, in case y'all don't know it, from the day they were born, as well as their mother's grandmother, great-grandparents. And they have been in ministry their entire marriage. They are born-again believers, and they minister to youth and young people. So I just see that this is a testimony that God is going to use of his healing grace as it relates to Sean. And we are just going to continue to declare and decree that he shall live and not die to proclaim the works of the Lord. My father had pancreatic cancer and his sister has it now, so it's not foreign to me. But Sean will live and not die to proclaim the works of the Lord. Amen? All right.
Sean Strong on three. 1, 2, 3.
Sean Strong.
Everybody else with the blue shirt, y'all can file in real quick. Step up, y'all come behind. Step up, y'all come behind.
All right, everybody ready?
Sean's on three. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. We'll take a brief 5-minute recess to clear the chambers, and we'll start in 5 minutes. 5-minute recess.
Of course. Gosh. All right. That's nice.
All right, here we go. You ready? Yeah, I'll shut up. Get it on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Council Chamber of East Baton Rouge Parish, the home of the Metropolitan Council. Good to have all of you tuned in on this October 25th afternoon, and glad to have you live on Metro 21. That's on Cox, on AT&T, streaming on our website at brla.gov, and also on YouTube, and thanks to our council member to my right, Facebook Live. At this time, here is our council member who is chairing today's meeting, District 9 Council Member Dwight Hudson. Councilman.
Thank you, Dennis. We'll have our call to order. Ashley, do we have a quorum?
We have a quorum.
Welcome to the Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 regular council meeting. I'll hand it over to Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman to help introduce our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance, folks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And so, this afternoon, I have the pleasure of having a mom and a daughter, for the pledge and the prayer. And believe you me, they can do both. And so, Azaria Rochelle Domain. And this young lady is a fourth grader at St. James Episcopal Day School. And she has earned not just one A, but all A's for the first 9 weeks. She plays the piano, she takes ballet, and will participate in the Baton Rouge Ballet Theater's production of The Nutcracker for the 2nd year. She also sings with the St. Francis Choir at St. James Episcopal Church. Her mom is Dr. Angela Domain, who is the executive director of Helix Mentorship STEAM Academy. And because they share a love of literacy together, Azaria and her mom has provided books to local pre-K students and created an online series, Read Me a Story, in which Azaria reads her favorite books to the audience. And so Azaria and Mom, if you all come right on up, and I would like to make sure that I give Azaria Rochelle Domain this certificate of recognition. You are so welcome. And let's get this. All right, and so Dr. Angela Domain, the executive director of Helix Mentorship, leading the invocation here today, and the co-creator, you all, of Read Me a Story. Thank you, Doc. And you to you all. Okay, Azaria. You come on. You okay.
Let us pray. O Lord, our governor, bless the leaders of our land, that we may be a people at peace among ourselves and a blessing to other nations of the earth. Send down upon those who hold office in this state, Governor John Bell Edwards, our senators and representatives, Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome, the members of the East Baton Rouge Metropolitan Council, the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully and fully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. Teach our people to rely on your strength and to accept the responsibilities of citizenship, that we may elect trustworthy leaders and make wise decisions for the well-being of our society. May this meeting and the decisions and actions resulting thereof reflect your will being done on earth as it is already in heaven, through the one upon whose shoulders the government rests, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
I'm going to help you get here.
Please join me in saying the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag and the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Domingue, and I'll go ahead and say it, the future Dr. Domingue as well, with little Miss Azaria. Adoption and approval of the minutes. Item 1, approval and adoption of minutes of the Metropolitan Council meeting of October 11th, 2023, the Metropolitan Council zoning meeting of October 18th, 2023, and the Greater Baton Rouge Airport Commission meeting of October 10th, 2023 by Council Administrator Treasurer. We have a motion by the chair. Do we have a second? Second by Dunn. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 1 passes. Introductions. Ashley, please read the introductions.
Section 2.12, Introductions, number 2, authorizing the appropriation of not to exceed $164,408,925 of bond proceeds and other funds from the sewer system to partially refund certain maturities of the 2020A sewer revenue bonds by Environmental Services Director and Finance Director. Number 3, amending the preliminary current expense budget and capital budget of the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge for the year 2024, submitted by the Mayor President, and adopting the final current expense budget and capital budget of the City of Baton Rouge and Parish of East Baton Rouge for the year 2024 by the Mayor President. Number 4, a supplemental resolution amending and supplementing amended and restated general bond resolution, providing for the execution and delivery of the loan agreement dated November 1st, 2023 by Bond Council. Condemnation introductions. Number 5, succession of Karen Lynn Smith Dawson, 1385 Swan Avenue, Council District 2 Banks. Number 6, Jai Mahavir LLC, 1623 Brightside Drive, Council District 3 Goday. Number 7, Shartan Vazuik Sin Piayo, 5605 Silverleaf Avenue, Council District 5 Hearst. Number 8, Zarita Marie Polk DePass, 1212 North 28th Street, Council District 7 Cole. Number 9, Mary Chasson Broussard, 5065 Fairfields Avenue, Council District 7 Cole. Number 10, Haywood Reed, 4285 Provo Street, Council District 7 Cole. Number 11, KI Investments LLC, 2050 Hemlock Street, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 12, Reverend Ben Ross and St. Raymond Spiritual Churches of Christ United, 1225 Pear Street, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 13, Chippewa Properties, Inc., 2773 Huron Street, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 14, Earl Marcel Jr. et al., 1848 Georgia Street, Council District 10 Coleman. Adjudicated property introductions. Number 15, Lot 3 and 4, Square 219, Subdivision Estruma, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 16, Lot 8, Square 219, Subdivision Estruma, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 17, Lot 9, Square 219, Subdivision Estruma, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 18, Lot 18, Square 220, Subdivision Estruma, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 19, Lot 19, Square 220, Subdivision Estruma, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 20, Lot 6, Subdivision Riverland, Council District 3 Goday. Number 21, Lot 85, Subdivision Riverland, Council District 3 Goday. Number 22, Lot 211, Subdivision Meridian Condominiums, Council District 11 Adams. Number 23, Lot DC, Subdivision Brookstown Place, Council District 5 Hearst. Number 24, Lot 9 plus, Square 9, Subdivision Standard Heights, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 25, Lot 17, Square 6, Subdivision Eden Park, Council District 7 Cole. Number 26, Lot 19 through 22, Square 51, Subdivision Fortune, Council District 5 Hearst. Number 27, Lot 8 Part, Square 5, Subdivision Fuqua and Laymantown, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 28, Lot 1 Part, Square 2, Subdivision Rosedale, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 29, Lot 3 and 4, Industrial Center South, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 30, Lot 5, Square 2, Subdivision Standard Heights, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 31, Lot 2, Subdivision Holiday Woods, Council District 5 Hearst. Number 32, Lot 12, Subdivision Victoria Gardens, Council District 7 Cole. Number 33, Lot 7 Part, Square 7, Subdivision Bellevue, Council District 10 Coleman. Number 34, Lot 7 Plus, Square 12, Subdivision Zion City, Council District 5 Hearst. All items that require reading have been read, and a motion to introduce all items is in order.
We have a motion to introduce all items by Councilwoman Adams, second by Dunn. Any opposition? Seeing none, items are introduced. Move to condemnations. Members, please see your separate sheet. Any members of the public wishing to speak on a condemnation item, please come forward. Any members of the public wishing to speak on items 71 through 88? Seeing none, we'll move to council members. Council members, we have some stated changes from members. Anyone that hasn't brought one yet?
Yes, I'd like to give number 75, 30 days.
All right. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Mr. Goday.
Need Ashley. For item 73, I just need a little guidance. Ashley, excuse me, for item 73, I was going to do a 60-day deferral, but recognized in December we only have the one meeting.
That's right.
Is that appropriate, or is it a 45-day deferral?
Yeah, that would not be a 60-day deferral. You can just ask to defer it to the December 13th meeting.
That's what I'll do. Thank you.
Also, number 77, 60 days. Number 77, 60 days. And what? Whenever. And number 87, 90 days.
That was 87?
Number 75, 30 days. Number 77, 60 days. And number 87, 90 days.
Seeing no others, the motion is to proceed with items 71, 72. No, I apologize. The motion is to proceed. Ashley, tell us what the motion is.
If I don't have one that you've requested, please let me know. I have to proceed with items 71, 74, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, and 88 to defer for 30 days, item 75, to defer for 90 days, items 72, 84, 87, to defer to the December 13th council meeting, items 73 and 77, and to delete item 85.
I believe we'll also defer item 78 for 30 days. So moved by the chair. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Hurst. Any opposition? Seeing none, condemnations are so moved. Public hearing, we're going to take item 160 because some of the folks from the public sat through our entire last meeting waiting on that report. So members, if you will, move forward in your agenda to item 160. Requesting a report from the parish attorney's office and the planning department on the group homes in the parish, the purpose of group homes, the number of group homes in each district, the process for establishing a group home, and the ordinances, state statutes, federal laws, and jurisprudence pertaining to group homes by Councilwoman Laurie Adams. We'll hear the report prior to opening the public hearing. So,
right.
Mr. Messina?
So if you recall at the last meeting, we were kind of at the tail end of the meeting and we pretty much finished the report. But if you go to slide 7, this kind of picks up where for the Oxford House case, which is essentially the case that rules the city of Baton Rouge and how we handle group homes. And essentially what the court found was that our definition of we had a special home versus a group home, and the court found that a little hard to swallow, and so we had to go back and change our definition of special home to group home, and essentially it was overnight supervision that was really the problem at hand. So based upon the Oxford House ruling, we had changed some of our internal procedures at planning and zoning, and we're in compliance with the court order in the Oxford House. Now, what has come out recently, and I say recently, 2022 is a Fort Lauderdale case called Sailboat. And in that particular case, the court ruled that people that are under a special needs group or a protected class, you don't necessarily have to comply with Oxford House ruling, and in fact, it went the exact opposite way. it felt that the court overreached in Oxford House, but there are some subtle differences between our case and the Oxford House case, and that's where we have to be careful about compliance with, still complying with Oxford House, but making some internal changes that would make it a little bit more difficult to have group homes in Baton Rouge, but still in compliance with the law. It's kind of where we left off at the end of last meeting. I can open it up to any questions that we have for y'all before we open it up to the public hearing. We're going to have the public hearing and then
we'll do the public hearing first.
All right.
So we'll open the floor for the public hearing. Any members of the public wishing to speak on item 160? Yes, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Deborah Sabino. I'm the president of Sherwood Forest. I'm an officer of the Federation of Greater Baton Rouge Civic Associations, representing over 100 HOAs. I just wanted to thank Lori Adams for going forward with this endeavor and this effort. Group homes, the intention was very good in the beginning. We know that because we definitely want everyone to be able to get connected to their community. However, that has, without some guidelines, we seem to find that everything goes very bad and very wrong. One of the things that we have found that we're very excited about this study and maybe being able to put some good principles into place. We find, not just in my subdivision, but throughout Baton Rouge and those older subdivisions with large homes, that density of group homes is a big problem. So one of the things was that we want to take people who have had issues in the past, we want to help bring them into the community and get connected. But what we're finding is on, say, one particular street that's very short, there are 9 group homes. Well, wait, all of your neighbors are group homes. And so how are you supposed to start feeling connected to your community if that's all you've got around you is group homes? And then those few homes that are actually occupied by single families, they're just surrounded. And so their quality of life has changed considerably. So density is an issue. Like I said, on a very short street, I've got 9 group homes. We see clusters of group homes on a couple of little streets where you'll have a male group home and a female group home right across the street from each other. And so once again, I just want to thank Councilwoman Adams for this effort, because I think that with some guidance to our group home operators, it can be better for everyone, the residents who live and own homes, and then the residents within the group homes. So thank y'all for considering this.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Penny Landry, you need my address?
No.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, everyone. There's a group home in my subdivision. It's unlicensed. At times, there are 15 to 20 cars there. And our neighborhood has looked into what is the code for number of vehicles that can be parked, because they're filling the front yard. We also were trying to find out about code for these. The backyard is filled with portable building sheds, whatever, that have been converted to living spaces. Now, in checking with the state of Louisiana, they show no licensure for a group home at this address. So they said East Baton Rouge has to be the one to, write the rules or whatever. So I would request that maybe you have a town hall to address this issue, so that the homeowners in these neighborhoods who are dealing with these group homes can actually have the true town hall of being able to direct questions, get answers, and have us be able to express our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on item 160? Yes, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Gary Patero. I have a home in Sherwood Forest, and I've moved to Terra after the flood. I'm the chair of the Terra Crime District and a former president of the Sherwood Forest Citizens Association and the Sherwood Forest Crime District. So I wanted to give you a graphic. So Sherwood Forest is really sort of is ground zero for the group home project or the group home issue in Louisiana. We have 56 group homes in Sherwood Forest. As Deborah said, many of them are clustered. So what's happening is we're seeing group homes driving residents out. And it's these group homes, because we deal with them from the crime district level, we see them, there's a lot of negative interaction between the residents of other homes and the residents of the group homes. Drug dealing. We had an overdose in Sherwood Forest, an overdose death in Sherwood Forest within the last 3 months on Sherwood Forest. Fights, theft. We have sex offenders, not just one, but multiple sex offenders in some of these group homes, and as I said, plenty of overdoses. So we have a group home. We have a group home for every 58 group homes in Sherwood Forest. So one group home for every 58 homes in Sherwood Forest. We're overrun. The good news is this. We've been doing a lot of research. We've read thousands of cases across the country. Courts are addressing this issue from the Ninth Circuit to the Third Circuit all over the country. There's lots of new law since the Oxford House case. We just talked about the sailboat issue, but there's new law all over, and circuit courts of appeals are addressing this. That's the good news. What we see is in Sherwood Forest, we have one group home owner that owns 5 different group homes. Group homes are big business. They advertise just like any other business would, from social media to whatever, for residents. So with that said, I am excited about what is the next step. So in reviewing what you have posted at the last meeting from the Parish Attorney's Office, it from our research falls in with the guidance that is acceptable by the U.S. Supreme Court, acceptable by by HUD and others. So I have just so that you can see that this is a joint study by the joint statement by the Department of Justice and Department of Housing and Urban Development. And what it says in this is the Fair Housing Act is not a land use or zoning statute. It does not preempt local land use and zoning laws. This is an area where the state law typically gives local government primary power. So you do have the power to address this. And again, I think the plan that's come out is a very good start to where we need to go. I'd also say that I forwarded to Councilwoman Adams a plan from Orange County, California.
Mr. Patero,
that really,
if you would, just give you 10 more seconds, but that's your time.
That really addresses this issue. So we are not reinventing the wheel in Baton Rouge. We don't have to do that. And I think the plan put forth is a very good start. All right, thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on item 160? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and go to council members. Councilwoman Adams.
I want to thank Mr. Messina and the planning staff, Gil and Ryan, for this report. And I've got a few questions. Brian, Paolo, whoever, Gil. So in this report, we've identified some internal changes that we can make in the way that we process or administratively handle group homes. Can you just briefly go through what those changes are?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew the distinction between group homes and, I guess, a home that has gone through the reasonable accommodation procedure. Okay. So they're drastically different. The reasonable accommodation is only for people that are a protected class. Group homes can be anything, pretty much under the sun. So I just wanted to make sure that that y'all understood that when you identify group homes, the chances are they have not come through the reasonable accommodation procedure. They haven't come to us first.
Do they have, so if it's a home that is housing people with an addiction issue, do they need to come through us? I mean, that was one of my questions. We have a number of homes that have not gone through the reasonable accommodation process, and likely should have.
So
right?
addiction in and of itself, whether it be alcohol or drugs, does not make it a protected class per se. Okay. You have to prove, and I say you, the homeowner who wants to have the group home has to prove and attest the fact that the people need that group home to reacclimate into society, and without that they would go back to drugs and alcohol. Okay, they need to put forth an affidavit to that. The biggest problem that we have is unregistered group homes. Okay, and I would encourage that the public call 311, register the complaint. Code enforcement will go out and investigate that, and if necessary, we can begin the process to either get them in compliance or shut them down. That is certainly something, because we just don't know about it. Without the public's input, we just cannot.
Right.
We don't have the resources to go out, and we won't know that. So we encourage everybody to contact 311, and we can begin the process.
So if it's a home or an operation that is not eligible for reasonable accommodation, then essentially it would be almost a boarding house.
That's correct.
Which is not allowed in
And it's not
A1.
allowed. That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. So anybody who knows about or suspects that they have one operating without a reasonable accommodation, does that require an occupancy permit, or is there some business licensing also that has to?
So they do need to have, just as any individual that owns a home, you would need to get an occupancy. And so that would then kick it into potentially, depending upon how many people there, would maybe have to have state or local fire marshal sign off on that. But that you have to reach a certain threshold for that to occur. And what is it, 10 people, I think, or something like that? 10, above 10, the state fire marshal would need to go out there.
Above 10, and it requires a visit from
We
the
have
state.
not had any that have, none that has come across my desk that has been 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard rumors that there might be a couple out there.
And again, none that have come across my desk have reached that threshold of 10. Now, there are probably some that are out there. The young lady that just spoke talked about the ones I've never heard about that one before.
Let's address the parking issue. How to
Again, that'd be a 311, and that does fall into if there are any violations of any criminal acts associated with that home, it can be shut down immediately. That does include traffic violations. Parking is imperative. Another thing that is also deed restrictions, private deed restrictions are another way that neighborhoods can go in and prevent group homes. That is another avenue that is available.
Okay. How many cars is an A1 home by ordinance able to have?
Yeah, 2 per home minimum, but you could have more than that. It's just depending upon
Where they park.
where they
can't be
park.
parked in the front
Cannot park in the front yard.
Okay.
Yeah, not on the grass.
And cars can't be parked on the street longer than 9 continuous hours, I think.
Yeah, but it's hard to.
Right.
That's really kind of difficult.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand that. And I will tell you, I have group homes operating in my district that are very well run, and the neighborhoods embrace these homes, and they're very happy with them. And I recently had a neighborhood that didn't want a group home to leave and turn into a neighborhood office. So this is not about every single group home that's operating, but we have group homes in instances in my district where mentally disabled residents were not receiving the care. What is the intervention? So we had in my district people who were mentally disabled, and there was no food in the home. And so they were knocking on doors of their neighbors trying to get food. I mean, that's clearly not what we're expecting.
Councilwoman Adams, before he answers, do you want your additional time?
Yes, please.
Sure.
So what is the remedy for that?
So something like that, we would ask that they contact 311, then we would begin our investigation. We would contact Louisiana Department of Health also to partner with us, as well as the fire marshal, because that rises to the level of that inhabitants are unsafe in that area, and that becomes an issue. So we can address that rather quickly on our end.
And then Ms. Landry brought up the one in her area where the sheds that they've built, and I've heard this about other homes where people will be operating, group homes, and they will literally build sheds in the back and accommodate more people. Is that a 311?
That's a 311 complaint, and we do not take that into consideration. We look at just the footprint of the home itself, not any accessory structures that people could live in, like the sheds. We don't take that into consideration at all with the number of people that come in. So what happens is when somebody puts an application in, we look at the number of the square footage of the home, the number of beds that they have in there, and we look at that and make a determination as to the number of people that could safely and adequately live in that home.
Okay. But if those sheds are put up unpermitted, that's
311
a concern as well.
Ms. Landry, if you would please take your seat. Ms. Landry, if you would please take your seat, and if Councilwoman Adams recognizes you, you'll be able to speak.
That's Ms. Landry. You can come. Do you have a question? I didn't understand.
She was just saying that she had filed it to 311 and that there was no complaint. So Blake is going to assist her with that and see if we can get that resolved.
That is tremendous. Are there any restrictions? Does anyone have to be? Is there any licensing to own a group home? Any certification that people need to have, or can really anyone? Is that something?
There's no restrictions. Anyone could have that.
Okay. So
but what we do find is that some companies, Oxford House, for example, will go in, and generally what happens is they go into areas that houses that have sat for a long period of time on the market, buy them on the cheap, and then they'll be able to turn around and put 6 people in there at $500 a pop,
right,
and make a nice little profit off of it.
Okay. And is there any, it looks like in our ordinance that we say that a group home has room and board, which I think means meals. Is that correct? Do we ever check and make sure?
Well, they do have to have a kitchen, a fully operational kitchen.
Okay.
So it's not like just a room. They have to have, the bed, bath, kitchen, full-size kitchen, not just like a kitchenette. It would need to be a fully operational and functioning kitchen.
Okay, so it's not about having meals prepared, just the ability to prepare meals.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
Again, just to confirm, the state fire marshal does not have to come in unless it's 10 or more residents.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And that's by state statute or by our ordinance?
Blake can be the better person to answer that.
Just to make that perfectly clear. So it depends on if the residents are transient or non-transient, okay? So if we get to 10 or more transients, then it would require, an approval from the state fire marshal's office. If it's non-transient, then the threshold is 16.
Okay, and can you define for us transient versus non-transient?
So if the residents are going to stay there for less than 6 months.
Okay, less than 6 months, and that is ordinance or that's state statute?
That's in state statute.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, I think that's all the questions that I had. Thank you all very much for your work on this. In beginning to do a cursory read of some different cases that have been decided at different appellate courts throughout the country, I do think that there are some additional things that we can look at. But I'm very thankful for these updated reasonable accommodation procedures, and I look forward to working with y'all to see how else we can make sure. My number one interest is to make sure that people who are living in these homes are receiving the care and the healthy living environment that we all want to see, and that our neighborhoods are kept in a good and healthy place as well.
Councilman Milk.
Thank you. Y'all can, if y'all don't mind, stay up. So I'm going to look at this from a business standpoint. I can go buy a house, multiple houses in a subdivision, and just start putting people in it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well,
Y'all
yeah,
talk
if they're
about
a protected class, I mean.
What's that?
If they're a protected
Okay,
class.
so let's say they are a protected class. Do they have to meet compliancy? ADA compliancy, anything like that? Okay.
Yeah, they would have to, but depends on the protected class that is being placed into the home. So you would have, if you have a physically handicapped individual or a group of individuals, they may need additional handrails and stuff of that nature versus a drug addict or alcoholic who may not be able to.
Who was that?
Doesn't need that.
Can you turn the mic off? Thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
Just coughing in the background.
Again, if they have a physical or mental handicap that would prevent them, and they would maybe need some additional handrails or something like that, they would need to be in compliance with that. But if it's a
so these homes that we know about,
yes, sir,
are they classified as one or the other? Or are they classified their disabilities? Have they classified their mental capacities?
Yeah, we make them state what the protected class is. So if it is a physical or mental handicap, they have to state that it's physical or mentally handicapped. Or if it is a drug or alcohol, we make them state it's drug or alcohol.
Okay. So, but wouldn't all of that fall under the Disabilities Act or anything like that? Drug abuse and things where they into a home, mental capacity into a home, physical handicap part into a home, all of that, would that fall under ADA compliancy? I mean, eventually they would have to meet ADA compliancy.
It's a case by case.
Depending on what category of ADA
Yes, sir.
compliancy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. These ones that we're, and I'm talking about the ones that we know about. They all registered?
The ones that we know about have filled out a reasonable accommodation, and they are on file with the city of Baton Rouge.
Okay, so do we have a right to go in now that they've filed under reasonable accommodations to inspect for compliancy?
Without a complaint, we would not have a reason to go and do an investigation.
Okay.
I don't think you want anybody knocking on your door to make sure that your smoke detectors are in place without a complaint.
But I'm not registered with a group home and having multiple families or different people living in my home. So yes, I agree with you in coming to see my smoke detector, but I disagree with the part of these people are operating as a business. Y'all stated a while ago, people will come in, they'll buy multiple homes, same person buying multiple homes. This is a business. I mean, this sounds wonderful. I know of multiple homes that I can just go buy right now, and I'll start loading them up with people. You know, I mean, let's talk the facts here. So this is what I'm wondering is if these ones that we have and know about, if they have to meet on compliancy, then why can't we arbitrarily go in as a business, same way you come into my business and inspect on those classifications? Also, we talk about serving food just a second ago. And whether the fire marshal has to be in there or not, do they have to meet the compliancy of kitchen appliances like a restaurant owner would have to? A restaurant owner has to go in and put a $50,000 hood in that automatically dumps whatever if a fire goes off, and all this stuff that costs them money after money after money, whether it's a medical facility or a mental facility or a homeless facility or whatever, they have certain things that they have to meet to serve food, like a restaurant or whatever. Do these places have to do that?
So, okay, while it's a business, for you and I, we may think about it as a business. The way the courts have interpreted it is that it is not a business, okay? It is an individual. They don't look at it as the business Oxford House per se. They look at it as the individuals that are living there as their right to live there, not as Oxford House is running a business and the people are living there. That's a distinction that the courts have made. That's not something that I or you may agree with, but that's what the courts have said. Now, as far as what compliance they have, Blake may be in a better position to answer that.
Councilman Moak, would you like your additional time?
So Councilman Moak, I think you're absolutely going down the right track with this because we're talking about two things. We're talking about zoning, and then we're talking about building code safety. So when it comes from a building code perspective, if the occupants within the structure require some sort of ambulatory care or 24/7 medical attention, or if they can't exit the home under their own power, yes, that would trigger additional building code safety requirements that we can then inspect for. However, if that home can continue to function as a single-family residence regardless of the relationship status of the occupants, then it can be treated just like a single-family home. So it just depends on how they're using the structure, whether or not those requirements will come into place. So you brought up...
So let me ask you this. Do you feel that some of these places that are using the structure are pushing right up to that line not to have to do the compliances and everything else that goes along with actual business operations?
I haven't had that specific complaint come to our office yet. I think most of the complaints that we've had have been in regards to parking and, you know, just the number of people within the structure. Not
But
necessarily.
any one of those, like parking, and any one of those complaints should trigger a whole look into the business or the whole place itself, or do we just drive out there and go get off the street?
So if it was a parking issue, that's something that we would forward to either the sheriff's office or the police department, as long as they had the required number of parking spaces. Permits and planning and zoning, we don't actually enforce parking regulations.
Right.
So that would get moved on.
It's just a concern. I guess, and like I said, I'm glad this is a discussion. The concern is that anybody could go in, move multiple people in, and the recourse. And look, people need assistance, people need help, and I've seen some of these places that work out really well. And I've seen some people maybe, you know, have their home open and they do their thing, but for somebody to operate as a full-blown business, opening multiple places within one neighborhood, knowing that they're just buying homes for you, that is a business. And we should treat them as a business. I don't understand why they would do multiple homes in one neighborhood anyway, when it'd probably be cheaper for them to buy a piece of land and a facility. But then you go back to the whole thing is they don't want to meet compliancy. They don't want to go through all the rules and regulations. So I feel like they're pushing right up to that line. And I think that's one of the things that we really need to look into is where we can enforce. You know, I understand we need the complaints that come in on 311 to be notified of it, but definitely the ones that we know about, I think there's some steps that we can take. Look, if they fall into compliancy and everything is on the up and norm and they meet all the guidelines, let them have their home in the neighborhood. But if they're not going to do that, and it's an obvious, blatant fact of some things, then I think that's something we should have every right to look into and either discuss with them or talk with them about how to either get there. Look, we don't mind assisting you, we'll get you there, or you're just going to have to find a facility itself and move everybody into there. That's just my take on it. I appreciate the discussion and everything about it. Some of the limits, it seems like a lot of the discussion was about the limits of what we could and what we could do. And I feel like if we needed to get into this, we could really dig into it and find that compliance. Councilwoman Adams brought it up about that we want to make sure these people are taken care of. And they're not just arbitrarily somebody buying a home and saying, look how many people I can stack in here for $500 a month. Sure. So thank y'all.
Councilwoman Banks. Mike, please.
Thank you. So I know that in the state of Louisiana, sobriety homes are not required to have licensing or any certification. Is that correct? Under 10, because I recall some. Yeah.
So again, there's not a specific requirement for them to have.
It's no mandatory requirement.
No, ma'am.
And so what I've noticed is that what Oxford House makes sure that they fall, as it relates to the number of residents, somewhere between 6 and 9 to avoid that threshold that would require licensing, whether it's through LDH or DCFS. And so based on a lot of the questions that they have, they're really, until there's some legislation that it requires any sobriety residential facility to have licensing and certification. It really leaves planning and the city at a disadvantage, where all we could do is say the building is in compliance. But as it relates to the requirements that had it been licensed, there are mandates as down to how many meals are served. You know, we heard them talking about persons knocking on doors. Well, under licensing, 3 meals are going to be required at a certain time. The complaints about operation, if it was under license, I mean, they might have no one in the home, and they're taking care of themselves with no supervision. That could be very well, and there's no mandate that they have to. But with licensing, you have to have a certain staff person with a certain amount of training and a number per individuals that are on duty all the time. So a lot of the things that are being talked about now, even 311 can't handle. They can't do anything about it because there's no mandate, there's no licensing requirement, there are no regulations, and it, other than something happening to one of these adults where you call adult protection, which is unlikely, it looks to me that statute needs to change at the state level, because it's really nothing you could do.
Yeah, we would definitely look for the state for some guidance in setting the parameters out there. I definitely think that would certainly help not only our parish, but all of the parishes, frankly, in that matter. I mean, so certainly look to the state for some assistance with that. And you are correct, especially for the drug and alcoholic homes, there generally is not somebody that is staying there over the night. Right. That they're self-sufficient. Now, the purpose of the group home is to treat it as a single-family resident. With the number of people that you would have at your home or I would have at my home. That's how we interpret it, and that's how the courts have interpreted it as well. So that's how we're able to limit the number of people per bedroom. That's how we're able to limit in that.
Right.
But for the individuals that do have what we have seen is for a mental or physical handicap, they usually have a person that is either staying there or staffing it all the time. So generally that happens with those, but the drug and alcohol ones are a little bit more self-sufficient.
And that's exactly right. If it was someone that I think there are like 4. It's foster, shelter, physical disability, and one other under state legislation. All of them, regardless as to the number of people they still regulate. They still have to have certification. But there's something different about when there's sobriety, and that is the issue that seems to be of concern today. But just as we said, they're saying there's no real handicap, if you will. So you just you're having a problem, and this is giving you a place to do, but it's not a treatment center. And so all of that kind of leaves us and the residents who are in this predicament with nothing. It has to change as it relates to statute. So even I know Ms. Penny was about to mention the useless 311 call, but at this point, this is one of those times I have to defend 311 because really and truly, what can they do? And it is like it's your home. And if someone calls, you can't just walk in and say, what y'all doing? And let me look around. None of that has compliance at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's my comments.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, we'll move back to page 18, item 89, authorizing the mayor president on behalf of the Baton Rouge Police Department to accept reimbursement costs in the amount of $127,385 for officer overtime and vehicle unit usage costs by police chief. Open the public hearing for item 89. Seeing none, we'll move to councilpersons. Motion by the chair, seconded by Councilman Hurst. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 89 carries. Item 90, authorizing the mayor president to accept the grant award in the amount of $75,750.15 and execute all documents in connection therewith under the Emergency Management Performance Grant by Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness Director. We'll open the public hearing for item 90. Seeing none, we'll move to council members. Motion by Councilman Hurst, seconded by the chair. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 90 carries. We'll take items 91 through 103 together. Item 91, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,509 per year for RBR Government LP located at 112 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 92, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,580 per year for RBR Government LP located at 110 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 93, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,496 per year for RBR Government LP located at 118 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 94, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,632 per year for RBR Government LP located at 120 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 95, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,425 per year for RBR Government LP located at 122 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 96, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,555 per year for RBR Government LP located at 204 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 97, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,555 per year for RBR Government LP located at 206 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,627 per year for RBR Government LP located at 208 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 99, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,624 per year for RBR Government LP located at 210 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 100, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,624 per year for RBR Government LP located at 212 Delphine Street. Item 101, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,624 per year for RBR Government LP located at 214 Delphine Street. Item 102, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,552 per year for RBR Government LP located at 216 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Item 103, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,552 per year for RBR Government LP located at 218 Delphine Street by Planning Director. We'll open the floor for the public hearing for items 91 through 103. Anyone wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Penny Landry. We do a lot of tax abatements here in East Baton Rouge. These 13 properties on Delphine, who is the owner of these properties?
If you would just finish your comments, and then if a council member wants to.
All right. Is it one owner or 13 different owners or multiple owners? Are they individuals? Is this an LLC? Is this part of an EDD? What is the current zoning for these properties on Delphine? And or is this tax abatement also going to allow them to ask for changes in zoning? What type of restorations will be done on these properties? And what EBR entity has oversight to make sure that these restorations are meeting code? And I would like to say that I would like that in the future, when these type of items are put there, that I think it would be important for the taxpayers and the citizens of East Baton Rouge to have the answers to these questions, types of questions, as part of the agenda item instead of having to come here and ask at the podium.
Thank you. Please take your seat and we'll finish the
So
public
I
hearing.
can't get answers?
The way the public hearing works is that we listen to your feedback and then we move on to the next person. And if a council member wants to address those specific questions, they can do that.
Okay, so we can't even know who the owner is?
Ms. Landry, if you would, please take your seat and we'll
Thank you,
move on with the
Mr.
public
Cole.
hearing. I'm good with that. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on item 91 through 103? Seeing none, we'll move to
Council
council
members, real quickly, y'all should have received one email comment in opposition to items 91 through 103.
Councilwoman Adams.
Sir, would you like to come and address her questions? Thank you. Or is it?
How's everyone doing today? My name is Sage Mulkey with Gulf Coast Housing Partnership. We are a nonprofit real estate developer, and the properties that we are requesting a tax abatement for are low-income housing, historic redevelopment in the government corridor district. We've done about 80 units already in that area, and we're working to revitalize that area and keep that gentrifying area affordable. So as far as the zoning is concerned, I do not know it off the top of my head, but the reason it's in a different entity and not in Gulf Coast Housing Partnership is because the structuring of tax credits, the way it has to be done, you have syndicators, and in order for syndicators to take advantage of those credits, you have to put it in an entity for them to be a part of the partnership. So it's not some sort of ruse or anything like that, but just the nature of what we're doing. That is why it's in an entity other than Gulf Coast Housing Partnership. We have an $80 million development in New Orleans. We've done multiple projects in the city of Baton Rouge, and we just want to keep doing good work. So nothing nefarious going on with us requesting a tax abatement.
Where else have you done projects?
We've done projects in Opelousas. We've done projects in Lafayette, Mississippi, Houston. Our largest project is $80 million, but we've done things from as small as $5 million to $30 million, and we're just continually growing.
And you've done other projects in Baton Rouge?
Absolutely.
Okay, where are those?
The Elysians, we have 3 Elysians. Those are located, Lotus Village, a senior development. We partner with the Council on Aging. I don't know the exact streets off the top of my name, but if I was to get in the car and drive there, I'd be able to get there. But
okay, thank you.
Yes.
And is someone from the planning staff want to address the zoning and also just this program and how this program is utilized?
To address the question about the changes in zoning, the issue before you tonight does not change the zoning. The existing zonings on these properties remain the same. The overview of the Restoration Tax Abatement Program is it's an economic development incentive created by the state. So they apply at LED. The Planning Commission then processes the application on and eventually goes to council. It's a state incentive providing up to a 10-year abatement on property taxes on renovations and improvements to existing commercial and residential structures in a qualifying zone. So these properties are eligible, they do qualify, and they have committed to make significant renovations to these properties.
And how do we confirm that those renovations are made?
Just like any renovation that requires a permit, the permit officer would inspect to make sure that they're built to building code standards.
Okay, great. Thank y'all.
Councilman Dunn.
That's mainly what I wanted the staff to address some of the ladies' questions. I think one of the other concerns she had about notice of us properly noticing some of this stuff or more information. Who could speak to that?
Certainly. We send out notifications to all the taxing entities, making them aware of this. So they have a time period to comment and certainly provide any concerns they have. And we have received no concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for the record, is it a permitted tax abatement?
No, it's for a period of 5 years. They are eligible to come back after that 5 year and ask for one additional 5-year abatement, so up to 10. But this action tonight would be whether or not to abate it, property taxes for 5 years.
And also for the record, this is in alignment with what we do all across the city for multiple projects. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, and no, you're good, Ryan. I just want to actually give them a kudos because I've been to their properties. They are well maintained. They are well built. They actually add value to the city of Baton Rouge in terms of aesthetics. Everybody does not do right by affordable housing opportunities that are presented. They've done a great job. So I'm one to call a spade a spade. If they were horrible, I would tell them take the money away. But they've created a great opportunity for people who otherwise wouldn't have one. So I want to tell you thank you.
Thank you. We'll entertain motions. Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Adams. Any opposition? Seeing none, items 91 through 103 carry. Item 104, authorizing the mayor president on behalf of the Division of Human Development and Services to enter into a contract with Caseworthy, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $87,036 to provide a comprehensive human services case management software by Human Services Director. We'll open the floor for the public hearing to item 104. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and move to council members. Motion by the chair, second by Councilman Goday. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 104 carries. Item 105, authorizing the mayor president to authorize execution of a professional services contract amendment between the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge, on behalf of the Department of Human Development and Services, DHDS, and Caseworthy for grant management assistance with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. A new total not to exceed $369,485 by Mayor's Office. We'll open the floor for the public hearing for item 105. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Motion to approve by Councilman Goday, second by Councilwoman Coleman. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 105 carries. Item 106, authorizing the mayor president to accept and execute a grant award on behalf of the Baton Rouge City Constable's Office received from the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement in the amount of $84,707 by City Constable. Open the public hearing for item 106. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Motion to approve by Councilman Goday, seconded by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 106 carries. Item 107, rescinding and directing the clerk of court to cancel the notice to attend recorded on June 9th, 2023, in the matter of City of Baton Rouge versus Irmo O. Joya, 2866 Sherwood Street. Reason for rescission, new owner will repair the property and use it for rental property, by Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman. We'll open the floor for public hearing for item 107. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Motion to approve by Councilwoman Coleman, seconded by Councilwoman Amoroso. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 107 carries. Item 108, authorizing settlement of the claim of Michael Moore Jr. for damages resulting from an auto accident caused by a Public Works employee in the amount of $45,000, which amounts shall be paid from the account designated Insurance Auto Liability by Parish Attorney. We'll open the public hearing for item 108. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Motion approved by the chair, seconded by Councilman Hurst. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 108 carries. Item 109, authorizing settlement of the claim of Colby Neff for damages resulting from an auto accident caused by a Baton Rouge Fire Department employee in the amount of $12,500 by Parish Attorney. We'll open the public hearing for item 109. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Motion to approve by Councilwoman Adams, second by the chair. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 109 carries. Item 110, authorizing settlement of the matter entitled Jamerson Jackson versus Calvin Jones et al. In the amount of $25,000 by Parish Attorney. We'll open the public hearing for item 110. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Motion to approve by Councilwoman Adams, seconded by Councilman Knoll. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 110 carries. Item 111, authorizing settlement of the matter entitled Jimmy Alvarado versus Brandon Taylor et al. In the amount of $140,000 plus court costs in the amount of $641 for a total amount of $140,641 and appropriating $140,641 for such purpose by Parish Attorney. Open the public hearing for item 111. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion to approve from Councilman Goday, seconded by the chair. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 111 carries. Item 112, authorizing the mayor president to execute a supplemental agreement with McKim and Creed, Inc. in the amount of $19,615 for services associated with the Ward Creek at Seagan Lane Channel to increase the contract to an amount not to exceed $270,795 by Transportation and Drainage Director. Open the public hearing for item 112. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Penny Mae Landry. I'm happy to see that this is the only supplemental agreement on the agenda tonight, because a couple of weeks ago there were 30, which were all approved with no opposition. A contract, especially if there's a bid process, The contractor says his price, he gets the contract, and there's nothing in our plan of government that I can find that states that supplemental contracts will not be awarded unless the specific reasons for the additional monies are noted. Now, on every supplemental contract, it's just in the amount of, the original contract was $277.95. Now they're asking for an additional $20,000. Does anyone here know on the Metro Council the reason why an additional $20,000 is needed for this contract? And yet you're going to vote on it. They were awarded a contract as a bidder. You approved a number, and now they're coming back and saying they want $20,000 more. I implore with you guys, please, before you keep okaying and approving these supplemental contracts, make sure that you know that there is legitimate reason for the additional monies. I am against this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on item 112? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Move to council members. Councilman Moak.
Yeah. So on the supplemental contracts, yes, we see these all the time. You start a project, you plan out. I do it in IT whenever I'm building out a building or a new office or something like that. I get so nervous when I do a quote or a contract or whatever else that I'm either going to accidentally leave something out, I'm going to forget about something, or they're going to move the air conditioner from one side of the building right on top of where I'm doing all my IT work and not tell me. Okay? So then I have to go back to them and say, well, I can't do it how I originally did, so I need to do it this way. Now that we're already 3/4 into this project, I have to do it this way under these circumstances. Therefore, I need to add to the contract. Another example, Sullivan Road being built in front of my parents' house for 7 years. When they first started to dig all the sewer work, we said there's a spring that runs under this whole property, and it's been there. We've ran into it. We've dug wells out of it and everything else. There's a spring in it. Nope, we got it under control. 7 years later, we still haven't finished the sewer work in front of the parents' house because they got to do another contract for 3 times in a row to get it done. So I understand what happened. I understand your frustration, and you're thinking that, well, they're just going in, lowballing their bid, and then they're coming in and just adding more money on top of it. With that being said, that's why we have supplemental contracts. Now, if somebody would like to speak to the detail of this particular supplemental contract and state what the reason was, I would really appreciate to answer her question.
Thank you, council members. Originally, the scope has changed from what was originally proposed. That's the reason for the supplement. And it wasn't necessarily generated by us. It was actually generated by FEMA. This is a federal project under the Hazard Mitigation Program. They've asked us to do some additional survey work and also environmental work on some relocation of some of the utilities, which was not part of the scope of the original project. And our group looks and evaluates the proposal that comes in, the submittals, and that's why we're here tonight, to be able to try to get this addressed. But the federal government's also going to look at this too, and so we got to be sure we're in compliance from that standpoint.
Correct. And Mr. Rayford, I appreciate your comments on that, and we've seen that plenty of times before where we start a project and all of a sudden somebody either makes a complaint, it rewrites the whole thing, and you know, here we got to figure out where the frog crosses the road so we don't interfere with something, and we got to do a new contract to take care of all that. So I appreciate your input on this. I hope that answers your question as far as supplemental contracts and this particular supplemental contract. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll entertain a motion. Motion to approve by Councilman Moak, seconded by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 112 carries. Item 113, authorizing the mayor president to execute a contract with Management Advisory Group in an amount not to exceed $149,000 to conduct a total compensation and job specification revision study for the classified, unclassified, non-classified contract, fire, and police employees of the city of Baton Rouge and the parish of East Baton Rouge, and to provide further authorization to increase the not to exceed amount for ad hoc services as requested at the hourly rate of $200 by Human Resources Director. We'll open the public hearing for item 113. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on item 113, please state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Jake Morgan. I'm the president of the Baton Rouge Firefighters Association. I'm here tonight to speak in support of this pay study. That's why you see these firefighters and these EMS personnel here tonight. We're looking forward to this pay study. I would ask that the council ask Management Advisory Group to kind of find out when we should expect this pay study back. I know it's a one-year contract with an option for extension. So kind of help us try and figure out when we should expect this back from an employee standpoint. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak on item 113? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and move to council members. Councilwoman Adams.
Mr. Bernard, is he here? Brian? We have a 2019 pay study for the police. Is it necessary to study police pay again?
Well, in light of the changes and just how hard it is to recruit and retain, I think that a comprehensive study of all classes is what we should do.
Have we met the benchmarks of the 2019 study for the police yet?
I haven't looked at that recently. I can't answer that right now. I'm not sure if we have or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we haven't. So this is what I guess. Do you expect that we will get a different outcome? So are you saying since 2019, likely pay scales for police have changed, and so this would be an even higher benchmark that we would need to reach with the police? Is that?
Yeah, considering what has gone on with the recruitment of employees and just in general inflation and how hard it is to get employees back into the workforce, I'm thinking that it's going to be higher, much higher than it was in 19 for some of these same classes that were surveyed then.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Moak.
Yeah, so thank you for that question, because I know we got some information about the 2019 study and benchmarks not being met. That 2019 study, was that kind of like this here, an overall compensation, or was that just police?
I think that was just the police, and I think it was initiated by the police department, if I'm remembering correctly.
So with that being said, that was a single department compensation study.
Yes.
And were you part of that? Were you on?
I think that was done at the request of the police chief.
Correct, but were you in your position at that time when it was called for?
Yes, I was, but it was done by a consultant that the police department chose. It was not chosen by us.
And they turned that information over to y'all. Did we agree at that time to meet those benchmarks?
I'm sure there was some cost implications associated with those, and that may be why the cost or the implementation wasn't fully done.
Okay.
I'm almost certain of that.
Because I'm all for this job study and everything else. I hope it doesn't take a whole year. I agree with keeping up to date, or hopefully we won't have to extend it or whatever. But it's a concern that we had one study done for one department and not being able to reach those benchmarks, and we're fixing to do a study for all of City Parish. And I hope that as we get this information back, we start gearing up and preparing to meet some of those benchmarks somehow. So I wanted to give my concern there that hopefully we don't have the same thing happen, because it's a lot of money that we're putting out to do this study.
It's going to be exponentially higher.
And it's probably going to need a supplemental contract added to it eventually down the road, especially if we have to continue or whatever. But like I said, I'd like to see some of the benchmarks, and once they come in, we set dates, goals, and options to say, okay, this is when this will be done, that we can report back to these people that are hoping to get a true and correct salary for the rest of their life working for City Parish.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Banks.
For us to, those were really good questions relative to the previous pay study, and I remember approving that. I thought it was for, I thought it was citywide. I didn't realize it was just for the police department. But since we paid for it, and the purpose is to monitor, gauge, and meet those benchmarks, can we get a report on that? And maybe I'll put it on the next agenda as an introduction.
Are you saying where the results of what was implemented in 2019?
Yeah, what were the recommendations as it relates to the salaries, and where, you know, I don't know if they were supposedly done over a period of time or, you know, overall, but, you know, where are we now? Have we exceeded? I know we've given quite a few increases, but, you know, have we exceeded it? Are we still behind? And is there, even that part, let's just say that that's comparable to where we need to be. Would that in any way change that aspect of our city parish employees from even being a part of it? And that's a yes or no, but would that require me, I'm sure I can't get all those answers today, but I would like to put that on the agenda.
Okay.
But I want to know how much time would you need?
I first need to.
And is that part of the contractor that he gives a review, or that periodically he reviewed the status and where you were?
Well, that study was not commissioned by us. It was specifically done by the police department.
Sure.
So I first have to get that that information from them or whoever their contractor was.
Okay.
I think it might have been SSA. So I can get that
that's
information.
local, so.
Yeah, and get that information to you. We have made some steps towards increasing the pay of police officers, so I can definitely get you that information.
Okay.
And also, as part of the review from this vendor, they have asked for previous studies. So they've asked us to provide those studies to them so they can take all of those things into consideration. And the timeline that they have given us is 4 to 5 months from the initiation of the contract to begin and to have a complete project, if there are no additional contingencies added.
Thank you. Councilman Hurst.
So this is a completely different pay study than what we've ever done in City Parish. And let me take one step back. Pre-COVID numbers versus post-COVID numbers are completely different. Number two, hiring in any capacity, whether it be in City Parish or in the private sector, is extremely tough. And everyone that wants a position now that's thoroughly qualified can go to the highest bidder. The highest bidder may not be the city of Baton Rouge. So somebody will come here, get trained, and move elsewhere, right? So we want to retain our talent in all sectors, public, private, and elsewhere. All right. Now, the difference in this study versus other pay studies is that we have taken into account, and I want to put my aide on the, I'm going to tell a little bit of business, but she's moving to Dallas in December, so I have a new aide coming on board December 1st. I said, Brian, I can't afford the quality of aide that I want to hire in today's marketplace. There's so many jobs out there. What can I do? I said, what is the total compensation for my aide? Her take-home pay before taxes, $53,000. I wish I could ask y'all to raise y'all's hands to guess what her total compensation was, but I won't do that. Total compensation was $88,500, which means we're spending almost $40,000 in benefits on her. In the corporate world, her take-home pay, a total compensation with 6% matching 401k and benefits would be $68,000, which would leave for about $28,000 to go towards her take-home pay. Now, I believe in pension plans, and I believe that y'all come here, and for people who are vested, we are not trying to take away your pension plans by any means. But the reason why you can't backfill the positions after the people who are vested in the pensions leave is because Generation Z and whatever the new one is called, they don't want to work for whatever you work for. They want the money now. And there are companies that are offering the money now, which limits our ability as City Parish to fill those vacancies. So what I've asked HR Director Bernard to do is to look at 3 options, and which would be Because let me tell you, GM went under because of pension. The government saved them. AT&T, where I formerly worked, was one of the largest pension plans in the country. They got rid of it about 7 to 10 years ago, and they phased it out. So people who were fully vested kept it. People who were partially vested, they kept their partial investment, but they also got a 401k. And then people who were new hires went 401k only. Now, that scares everybody because, hey, I planned on retiring by the age of 50. I've been here since I'm 19. That may not directly affect your retirement. You know, change affects people in a way that makes you rattle, and the fear of change as it relates to benefits. Where am I going? What am I going to do? Well, all across the world is changing. We see what's happening with our health care. But what we want to do is look at what those options are so that you guys can take home the $80,000 instead of putting $40,000 into your benefits. And then how can we teach you, working with an Edward Jones or a Fidelity or some other retirement company, come in and show you how you can still retire at that same time by taking more out of your check and putting it in an IRA or some other type of investment account so that you still retire when you plan to retire, but you still take home more money in the same process. So this is a completely different study than what we've done previously because we've never looked at the retirement plan, which is the heaviest part of why you guys don't get paid a lot of money. That doesn't mean we're going to change it. We're just looking at it. We're also comparing how we look not just to municipalities of similar size, but also to the industry that takes our talent. So, and trying to look at some kind of hybrid place where we go in between. Now, what I just told you is everybody wants to know how we're going to fund it. If we don't look at transitioning away from pensions, then we have to go to the public for some sort of millage or something else, which is going to bring out a ton of public outcry. So the first thing we want to look at is how do we take your salary, which has an additional $40,000 on top of what you make, and use that to give you an option to get more take-home pay. And if you choose to go full pension, you'll just make less money. So this is completely different than what's been done. Also, too, Fred Rayford, who's sitting in that crowd, will tell you, I'm like a pit bull that takes a bite. I'm not letting go till I get what I want for the people that I'm trying to get the greatest benefit for. And it took me 6 months to get it on the agenda to get it approved. And I was relentless. I'm going to be relentless till I get what you need in terms of pay for the city of Baton Rouge to make sure that you have a great living, not just a living, not having to work 3 jobs or overtime. Overtime should be optional, not required for you to make a livable wage. Thank you.
Councilman Dunn.
I know the public comment period is over, but Mr. Cecil had a question and a concern that I want to lift up. His question was, did we have to spend $100,000 to do this? Is there a third party like the state or another entity? My colleague, Councilwoman Rocca, mentioned an insurance company can do this. Our vendor for insurance can do this. Just want you to speak to those concerns, Brian.
So that we actually put it out for public bid, and we evaluated the proposals without knowing what the costs were. So the committee, the RFP committee, we scored the vendors based on some objective criteria that was set forth when the RFP went out. We didn't know anything about price, and that wasn't factored in. Actually, the committee made their recommendations and turned them over to purchasing, and then purchasing included the price, and then that's how we arrived at
Just a point of clarity, I don't think the question is about the process and how we arrived there, but just wanted to know if the data and the information was already out there based on inflation adjustments and things of that nature where we didn't have to pay for it. I think the question and concern is, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sure there's data out there, and I can ask, Councilman Hurst really pushed for this, and we wanted an objective view of that, and I think the most objective way to get that was through an open, competitive process.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Rocca.
Can someone from the fire department please come up?
You want Chief Kimball or do you want?
It doesn't matter. Whoever wants to talk about pay. Can you tell me, and I'm not trying to embarrass anyone or put you on blast, but it is public record. Can you please tell me what a starting salary looks like for a young fireman or firewoman?
Yes, ma'am. It's $33,700 for a starting firefighter.
What about somebody who's been on for about 10 years?
About 10 years, it's about $40,000.
What about somebody who's been on for about 20 years?
I don't know the exact number.
Without having the pay scale right in front of me, ma'am, it's going to be hard to give you exact numbers.
I don't need exact numbers, but I think that pretty much lets everybody in this audience and probably listening at home see that we don't need a pay study to understand that these people are highly underpaid. With respect to the conversation, thank you, gentlemen, the conversation about this study as far as compensation goes, just to be clear, in the private arena, and I think Breck most recently conducted a compensation study through their insurance consultant where they found that information and they were able to get that information from their insurance consultant. We have one of the largest insurance consultants called Lockton. They are actually out of Dallas, but there's also Gallagher, there's Hub, there's multiple others that can pull this information and provide this information for us without a cost to taxpayers. Now, we're in a position, I think, that we have to move this forward today, but I've said this multiple times and I'll continue to say it. We pay all of these contractors money to do a job and we don't fully explore the resources that we have available with those particular contractors. So I would just ask that people in the positions that are dealing with these contractors, which oftentimes is not the Metro Council, that would be administration, that you talk to those contractors, you get to know what their scope of services are and learn what they do while you're using those taxpayer dollars to pay them for those services. Thank you.
We have a motion to approve from Councilwoman Rocca, seconded by Councilman Hurst. I do have a question, Mr. Bernard. So that's not something that I had considered. Can you touch on that? Is our current contract with our insurance consultant, is that within their scope that we could go and have them perform this work?
Probably so, because they put a bid in. They just weren't the successful winner of the RFP.
Okay. And then I recall the previous police pay study and then that insurance study as well. I recall those being much more expensive, so this one's only at $149. And you're saying y'all did not factor in price as you evaluated this when you did it?
We did not. We didn't even have any of the cost. We provided an objective view and then turned our scores over to the purchasing department and to the purchasing director. And they factored in costs and gave that to us at the very end.
I got you. And I'm sure you don't know this off the top of your head, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you know the hourly rate of those either of those two previous contracts?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had. There's a motion on the floor to approve. It's been properly seconded by Councilman Hurst. Do we have any opposition? Seeing none, item 113 carries. Item 114, authorizing the mayor president to execute a professional services agreement with Waste Pro of Louisiana, Inc. for debris hauling services in an amount not to exceed $100,000 by development director. We'll open the floor for public hearing for item 114. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council members, motion to, Councilwoman Amoroso.
Can somebody address this and tell us exactly what this is for? Have we done business with Waste Pro in the past?
We have the interim development director available. Vince, okay.
I second that motion to defer.
All right, hang on. We'll run through the council members first. Councilman Dunn.
That was my concern as well. I wanted somebody to come up and give us some clarity.
All right, we have a motion on the floor from Councilwoman Amoroso to defer. It's been seconded by Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman. Any opposition? 2 weeks? 2 weeks? All right. Seeing no opposition, we'll defer for item 114 for 2 weeks. Item 115, authorizing the mayor president or their designee to accept and execute the grant award for the Louisiana Community Development Block Grant HVAC program in the amount of $580,215 from the Louisiana Division of Administration by Building and Grounds Director. Open the public hearing for item 115. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council members, motion to approve by Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman, seconded by Councilman Dunn. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 115 carries. Item 116, authorize the Mayor President to execute a contract for engineering services with Stantec Consulting Services, Inc., associated with the configuration and development of eBuilder in an amount not to exceed $113,286 by Environmental Services Director. We'll open the public hearing for item 116. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council members, motion to approve by Councilman Gode, seconded by the chair. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 116 carries. Item 117, authorizing the Mayor President to enter into a professional services agreement with Set Free Addiction Recovery Services in the amount of $160,900 to provide violence prevention services in the form of community engagement by hosting and facilitating monthly community healing circles by Mayor's Office. We'll open the public hearing for item 117. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council members, motion to approve by Councilmember Gode, seconded by Councilman Dunn. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 117 carries. Adjudicated properties. We'll take items 118 through 145 together. Item 118, Lot 16, Square 7, Subdivision Bogan, Metro Council District 7, Cole, high bidder, redeemed. Item 119, Lot 26, Square 163, Subdivision South Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder, Whitmore and Whitmore Enterprises, LLC, $10,000. Intended use, investment. Item 120, Lot 25, Square 163, Subdivision South Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder, Whitaker Investment Company, LLC, $700. Lot 78, item 121, Lot 78, Subdivision Deer Park, Metro Council District 1, Knoll. High bidder, KAL Investment, LLC, $7,600. Item 122, Lot 184, Subdivision North Highlands Estates, Metro Council District 5, Hearst. High bidder, Graylin Hammond and Lisa Hammond, $2,000. Item 123, Lot 21, Square 30, Subdivision Greenville Extension, Metro Council District 7, Cole. High bidder, Lulu and Sam Revocable Trust, $100. Item 124, Lot 19, Square 355, Subdivision Dickerson Place, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, Enchanted Green Estates, $4,500. Item 125, Lot 85, Part, Subdivision North Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 2, Banks. High bidder, Jabari M. Green, Jabori M. Green, $26,000. Item 126, Lot 37, Subdivision, Whispering Oaks, Metro Council District 2, Banks. High bidder, Sam Green, $100. Lot 50, Square 1, item 127, Lot 50, Square 1, Subdivision Progress Park, Metro Council District 7, Cole. High bidder, Jahane Draper, $100. Item 128, Lot 48 and 49, Square 1, Subdivision Progress Park, Metro Council District 7, Cole. High bidder, Jahane Draper, $100. Item 129, Lot 3, Square 1, Subdivision Scotlandville, Metro Council District 2, Banks. High bidder, ASSK LLC, $17,500. Item 130, Lot 5, Square 14, Subdivision Leland College Annex, Metro Council District 2, Banks. High bidder, Whitmore and Whitmore Enterprises, LLC, $600. Item 131, Lot 6, Square 14, Subdivision Leland College Annex, Metro Council District 2, Banks. High bidder, Whitmore and Whitmore Enterprises, LLC, $7,600. Item 132, Lot 15 and 16, Square 210, Subdivision Estruma, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, Robbins Rental, LLC, $100. Item 133, Lot 21, Square 216, Subdivision Estruma, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, Robbins Rental, LLC, $100. Item 134, Lot 4, Square 21, Subdivision Prosperity, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, Robbins Rental, LLC, $100. Item 135, Lot 6, Square 21, Subdivision Prosperity, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, Robbins Rental, LLC, $100. Item 136, Lot 9, Square 16, Subdivision Prosperity, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, Robbins Rental, LLC, $100. Item 137, Lot 10, Square 16, Subdivision Prosperity, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, Robbins Rental LLC, $100. Item 138, Lot 11, Square 16, Subdivision Prosperity, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, Robbins Rental LLC, $100. Item 139, Lot 4, 4 and 5, Square 10, Subdivision Paradise Park, Metro Council District 2, Banks. Motor Own Program. Item 140, Lot 6 and E, 20 feet of Lot 8, Square 25, Subdivision South Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 10, Coleman, Motor Own Program. Item 141, Lot 22, Square 5, Subdivision Bogan, Metro Council District 7, Cole, Motor Own Program. Item 142, Lot 15, Square 4, Subdivision Greenville Extension, Metro Council District 7, Cole, Motor Own Program. Item 143, Lot 10, Subdivision Parkland Terrace, Metro Council District 11, Motor Own Program. Item 144, various lots 8 in my father's house, subdivision, various subdivisions, council members Hurst and Coleman. Taxes due in my father's house. Item 144, Lot Q, Square 31, subdivision, Gracie, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. Taxes due in my father's house. Motion to approve. We'll open the public hearing for items 118 through 145. Any members of the public wishing to speak on items 118 through 145? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and open the floor to council members. Councilmember Coleman.
Yes, sir. Okay. Number 133, number 134, number 135, number 136, 137, 138, 140, 144, and 145. No.
So,
want them deleted. Hadn't heard anything from anybody. There are no plans. And just to buy up lots, no.
Councilwoman, do you want them to delete them or defer them till they can reach out to you? If you delete them, we cancel the file. They lose what money they put up to open the file.
They didn't contact me, so you talking to me.
I was going to say, if we delete the files, they will lose what monies they put up to open the files. And we urge them to contact you. If they haven't done that, we can certainly do it again. If you didn't want to.
If you urge them and they did not.
And particularly the ones that are motor owner in my father's house, same thing. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion on the floor from Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman to approve items 118 through 145 with the exception of items 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 140, 144, and 145. Is there a second? There's not a second currently. Would you like? Okay, second by Councilwoman Banks. I have a question, Billy. Walk me through this motor own program. I know I've heard a lot about it over the years, and I'm somewhat familiar with it, but my understanding is that's folks who have taken care of a property adjacent to theirs. And
correct. If you own a piece of property and the property next to you touching your property is adjudicated, and of course it's been adjudicated for 3 years or plus, and you've cared for that property by taking care of the litter and cutting the grass in excess of 1 year, you can open a file with us. The difference between our regular files and the motor own is we don't take public bidding. They can make an offer or whatever offer they would like. So the idea is we reward their, what we call sweat equity, by not allowing them to make an offer without a public bidding. So that's the only difference between the files.
Gotcha. So I would yield to my colleague. I would just make a recommendation, or at least request, that we might consider moving past this item for a minute, finding the motor own items and pulling those out. Is that something that you would consider?
Tell me why.
So the motor own program, as he was saying, is where an adjudicated property is next to a homeowner-owned property, and they are.
I know what it is, but tell me why.
Because this is an opportunity to take care of these adjudicated properties, get them back into commerce, and address an adjudicated property next to a homeowner. they've been caring for the property and.
In this particular area, these are just lots, and there are no homeowners. But let me make one correction that Jeff has pointed out. 132 through 138, a plan is there. The rest of them, there's no plan, and I've had that conversation publicly.
So 138 was a part of your motion. You wanted to strike that one?
132 through 138, the plans were submitted.
Okay. So
I think it would be wise to withdraw the original motion and let's re-urge.
I withdraw the original motion with, and that would be, let me go back and call the numbers out again. So that would be,
What I have, Councilman Cullen, is 140, 144, and 145.
It's Winston.
yes, ma'am, you know you're gifted and talented, Ash. You got it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And
so that
those
would
are
be
the
a motion
ones.
to delete items 140, 144, and 145 and approve all other items 118
As-
through 145.
Yes, ma'am.
all right. So it's been motioned by Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman, seconded by Councilwoman Banks. Councilman Moak.
The ones that are request to be deleted, are all those in my father's house?
So 140 is mow to own, and then 144 and 145 are in my father's house.
So 144 and 145 is basically a business trying to buy a lot, or take a lot.
Yes, on 144, that company was doing several lots. It was 8 lots, and then the other one was just 1 lot.
Okay. The other one, what was the first one you said? Mow to own?
That was mow to own, yes, sir.
Is that the adjacent property owner that got that lot?
Correct.
So how long have they been required to take care of that property?
But she's been doing it for quite a while, but you have to do it for 1 year.
Okay. So it's a single-family home, and she's been taking care of it like it's her lot?
Correct. I know this one in particular because I've spoken to the woman. She's inherited this property and has waited some time to do it.
So she may not have any plans to do anything. She may just have a larger lot now.
Right, right.
I don't know. I assume her plans was just to add to her property.
I mean,
Yes.
she gets, yeah, that's what I'm saying. She gets more land in Spanish Town, that when she goes to sell her house, she has more land to go with it now because she's taking care of it for the past year or however many years it's been required.
What number we on now?
140.
I'm asking about 140. So,
This was just I don't remember every one of them, but I do
Right.
remember this lady.
well, look, I defer to Ms. Carolyn. It's her district, her lot, whatever. I had some concerns. I agree with her about the in my father's house because I feel like that's a business just trying to scoop up lots and everything else.
I will tell you, we have been directing people who are purchasing properties in Councilwoman Coleman District to contact her and reach out. And
Correct, and I agree with Councilwoman Coleman. They don't reach out to her, burn them down. Let it go. But so, well, no, I mean, they don't. If they don't go through the correct process or whatever, then she has the right to do what she wants. I would just ask Councilwoman Coleman. I don't think, I understand that maybe she didn't contact you. I don't know the person that lives in that house, but the mow to own ones where they've just been taking care of it arbitrarily. They have no plans for the place or anything. They just submitted the paperwork that said, "Look, this would be a great addition to my lot." I would ask that if I'll take your lead on it, but 140 could be pulled also because it sounds like it's just a homeowner next door that wants to add to their property in value.
Councilman Hurst.
Hey, Billy, I've never seen where you connect 8 properties on one item and then 2 council members. Because I may have a different vision for what I'm going to do in my district than what they're doing in 10. So
I believe 2 of those lots were in your section. That's why I put you on there as well. So
yeah, so I'm not going. She'll manage 10, but on mine, you can pull those 2 out because he has $2,000 upfront costs, and I'll defer if I can defer it that way, just that one item, so that we can separate it because I don't even know.
I think
Southern Grid.
I think the motion would be to defer item 144, and then we probably need to
Yeah.
work with Mr. Aaron
We
on
We could
separating that out.
resubmit it.
Yeah, that's fine. Trying to see who's solid.
All right, so let me make sure I understand. Is that a substitute? Substitute motion to,
Substitute motion,
Just
Mr.
that one
Hurst,
item, though.
to delete item 140 and 145 and defer item 144 for, what, Billy, 30 days?
Probably so, because we're going to need to resubmit it correctly.
Okay.
and then is he approving?
And my suggestion to you moving forward is please don't put multiple items like that collectively together. Thank you.
Okay,
And this is Ken. Anybody know Ken Duncan, Southern Grit Grove?
correct.
Yeah, nobody know? No?
No. So I'm going to ask the council administrator to restate the motion, just so that we're all, have some clarity.
The substitute motion by Mr. Hurst was to delete item 140 and 145 and to defer item 144 for 30 days. And approve all other items in 118 through 145.
Yeah.
Thank
whatever
you.
those other
Okay.
ones that you named.
You
So we just-
sure that's 140? 140 is in 10.
Yep, 144 is defer, 140 is delete. You requested to delete 140. Mr. Hurst has requested to defer 144 because it includes properties in both District 10 and District 5.
All right, Councilwoman Banks.
Do we have a
Yes.
second to Mr. Hurst?
Do we have a second to Mr. Hurst's motion? Seconded by Moak. Oh, we'll come back to you in just a minute, Mr. Moak. Councilwoman Banks.
Did he second?
So, you know, the multi-owned.
I need a mic.
The multi-owned, which former Councilwoman Tara Wicker introduced to the council, and what was proved, the purpose, as Billy is saying, is it was like if you're a single family, have a single family home, and the property next to you is not being maintained, then you have an opportunity, based on you trying to clear it out, to obtain that property. What's sticky to me is, and I don't know how we would even deal with it or if we should, but when we're having now quasi-developers or persons or investors who have acquired these properties under either adjudication or through motor own, and they're continuing to add to their stock accordingly. And so for me, that wasn't the original intent. It was to help people and take the burden off of persons who were maintaining these properties for their own safetyness, security in where they live. And so it's like now, in a way, it looks like the system is being taken advantage of. I know, having I authored In My Father's House.
Correct.
And it was really geared towards nonprofits like churches. If there was somebody that wanted to open up any adjudicated property we have for public use. And, not to call or to call out, being on the council, I remember the property near Spanish Town and Main Street, that's a $65 million project.
That's right.
That the applicant acquired through adjudication. But when he sold it to the Council on Aging, he got 6 digits for it. And so that's a concern for me, especially in areas that it was acquired when downtown wasn't the place to be, and now it's a hot spot. People are getting rich off of it. And though that's then, and maybe we didn't have mechanism, but now we're seeing it, a proliferation of it again, where suddenly being reintroduced as a nonprofit, as a foundation, where before, as an individual, the same individual has acquired these properties and gotten rich. So now that we've added in my father's house, and one of the requirements is that you are a nonprofit, so now we have a family foundation. And I don't know how we need to look at it. I don't know if it's anything, but certainly I don't think that people should be able to get 3 and 4 and 5 properties under either one of these unless under just these as it's designed, they need to be able to go through the same process that we use when there's a planning. What is your plan? What is your structure? And is it going to serve public use? You can't sell this, for 10 years, or, are you living there physically? All of those things now need to be brought into play, because definitely we want adjudicated property and we want it taken care of, and we don't want to stifle that. But literally, it's almost like they're taking advantage of the original intent of motor-owned and in my father's house.
So with motor-owned, I think it's a very small way to qualify for motor-owned. You got to own the property next to it. It's got to touch your property. It's got to have been adjudicated, and you have to have taken care of it. So while there may be some businesses that are applying for motor-owned, those businesses are doing what the mom and pops are doing as well. So, and back to in my father's house, it is we still require nonprofits. They still have to have that status with the IRS. It's not just someone that forms one with the LLC, with the Secretary of State. They have to have a real not-for-profit. Now,
and what I'm saying is, let's say that I acquired adjudicated property. I don't live. So the intent was, if you lived there, or you had you live there, or you maintain a business. But not if you acquired a vacant lot and you just keep adding to that vacant lot.
Anything you want to tweak to either program, we certainly,
it's just part of the conversation now that I
Sure.
see, and I'm recognizing names that somebody literally got acquired 10 years ago, adjudicated property when downtown wasn't the place
Sure.
to be, and now they made $1 million sale off of it.
Any tweaks you would recommend, we certainly will bring
We'll
before
talk
you
about
guys.
it. Thank
Absolutely.
Councilman Knoll.
Thank you. Billy, just a question. On these, whether it's motor-owned or in my father's house, if we're not satisfied with that approach on that property, can we direct it to go back through the traditional bid process?
You can absolutely do what Councilwoman Coleman is. You can defer or you can delete. People still have the option to come in and open another file, open a regular file. So they can still come in and open a regular file, which would go to bidding.
Okay.
Just like the first 20 that came up before you would do.
Okay. So, and do we identify on occasion when one is coming in, whether it be motor-owned or in my father's house, where, this actually probably has a better value? And I know sometimes we see assessed values, and we may say, you know what, this actually, we could recoup something here if we went the bid route versus, and do we ever look at it through the lens of potential recouping or recovery for the parish?
With every file that we open up, I do as much research as I have time to do, but what I like to do is see, is this on a road project we're going to be doing? Is this anywhere near a sewer project we're going to be doing? I want to make sure we're not giving away something we may have to buy back from these folks later. So we do as much research as we can. I also research on the motor-owns. I look to see if there's weed liens or condemnation liens or things to show if people have really been taking care of the property. The ones that I can see on Google Map that look like a forest, I'll go drive by them to see if they've been cut. Because if they haven't been cut, I don't have time to do all of the research, but the ones that I'm concerned about, we go look and see if it actually has been cutting the property. Now, I have told lots of people no. And I just tell them, come and open up the regular file.
Right.
But as far as valuing the properties, we don't appraise these things anymore. A lot of them are have condemnation liens. The property's been knocked over, so the value of the property is going to be worth $3,000. And if the people came to redeem the property, they're going to have to spend $10,000 to redeem it. So I don't go review them, other than if I see something on a particular corner that I think could be a road project or something we need, I do hone in on that.
Okay. And Councilman Hudson had kind of mentioned this a little bit about putting these properties back into commerce and getting them. I mean, that's the whole reason for this process in general, is to remove it from us and have the ability to put them back in commerce, even though commerce, to an extent, is difficult with adjudicated properties when it comes to financing and things like that. Although some people do work through that type of process to be able to have it truly back in commerce. But, I would say, if nothing else, by putting it through this process, even if somebody can't, I don't have a problem with somebody being able to make money down the road through appreciation or development or anything else. Because they are paying taxes that entire time once it takes it back, which is, again, the reason we want to remove it and put it back into, even if it's a quasi-commerce situation, because then taxes at least are being paid on those properties. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. We forgive, so to speak, the taxes up until the point we close the sale, and then it goes back on the tax rolls, unless it goes to an exempted company, but it goes back on the tax rolls as a tax property.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Coleman.
And I agree with the putting back in commerce. That's the reason and the rationale why I asked folk who was interested in property to have a conversation and to bring their plans. That's all it is, that rule. And let me tell you, over there in that same area, I, like you, ride and see. The same folk that are trying to get more vacant lots, 8 and 10 and all of this, they have some property over there that's not maintained, and it has not been maintained for some time. And so the rule, and all I asked was, bring me your plan, let me see what it is. It's simple. And so when some folk follow rules and some don't, you take your lick,
And
whatever that is.
And you've made it very clear, and
Yes,
we
sir.
tell everybody to
Yes,
contact
sir.
you, so.
And so that's where I am with it.
Correct.
Thank you. There is a substitute motion on the floor by Councilman Hurst, seconded by Moak. I'll ask Ashley to read both motions.
Council members, the substitute motion on the floor is to delete items 140 and 145, to defer item 144 for 30 days, and to approve all other items in 118 to 145.
All right, and then
And the original motion was by Ms. Coleman, seconded by Ms. Banks, is to delete items 140, 144, and 145, and approve all other items in that 118 to 145.
and now we'll hear from Councilman Dunn.
Just a point of clarity on the substitute motion. The only difference between the substitute motion and the original motion is removing Councilman Hurst's items from including in Councilwoman Coleman's items, right?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. Yes.
You're deferring that item for 30 days
Thank you.
under Councilman Hurst's motion.
All right, we'll open the machines on the substitute motion.
Y'all ready? Right. I'm about to open the machines. This motion, on the substitute motion on the floor, defer item 144 for 30 days, delete item 140, 145, approve all other items in 118 to 145.
We'll hear
Machines
from
are-
Councilman Dunn one more time.
Oh, all right, don't vote.
Don't vote.
So I just want to appeal to Councilwoman Coleman with the point of clarity. The only difference is removing Councilman Hurst's items. Do you want to remove your motion and Councilwoman Banks remove your second? Because I think that makes it simpler. If she can adopt, they can
Or
do it together.
yeah, so let me ask it this way. There's a substitute motion on the floor. Is there any
there any
opposition to the substitute motion?
Which is, I want to be clear.
Substitute motion is to defer item 144 for 30 days, to delete item 140, delete item 145, approve all other items in adjudicated properties 118 to 145.
Yes, I'll withdraw, and I'll do that.
Thank you. Seeing no opposition, the items carry. We'll move to, go to administrative matters now?
Yeah.
Okay. Move to administrative matters. Item A, authorization for the mayor, president, and/or chairman of the airport commission to execute a contract with Ramelli Janitorial Service, Inc. for an amount not to exceed $502,808 for janitorial services at the Baton Rouge Metropolitan Airport by Aviation Director. Introduced for public hearing on meeting on November 8th, 2023. The reason for this item is being requested as an administrative matter. Initial deadline for agenda passed. Motion to waive the rules to allow items to be introduced.
Objection.
We have an objection by Councilman Dunn, so we will not hear the item.
Correct.
All right, item B. Authorizing the mayor president on behalf of the city of Baton Rouge and parish of East Baton Rouge to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with John O. Ejim for the use of his property located at the corner of Big Bend and North Sherwood Forest Boulevard by Councilman Hurst, introduced for public hearing meeting on November 8th, 2023. The reason this item is being requested as an administrative matter, this matter is brought as an administrative matter introduction as the agreement with the landowner was just finalized yesterday. As this agreement deals with a community event scheduled for the early part of December, it needed to be set for council approval as soon as possible to allow the CEA to be completed and signed if the item were to be approved by the council. Motion to waive the rules to allow this item to be introduced. Motion by Councilman Hurst, seconded by Knoll. Any objections? We'll have a public hearing on the motion to waive the rules. Seeing no one from the public, we'll vote on the motion to waive the rules. Is there any objections? Seeing none, we'll have a motion to introduce the items. Motion by Councilman Hurst, seconded by Adams. Item B has been introduced. We'll move to appointments. Item 146, Board of Adjustments, Metropolitan. Consideration of reappointing or replacing Michael Tillich. Current ballot, Michael Tillich has requested reappointment. Public hearing for item 146. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Motion to approve by Councilman Moak, seconded by Adams. Any opposition? Seeing none, Mr. Tillich has been reappointed. Items 147 and 148 we'll take together. Item 147, Capital Region Planning Commission, consideration of reappointing or replacing Dwight Hudson.
Objection.
Current ballot, Dwight Hudson and Tara Wicker. We'll open the floor for the public hearing for item 147. We'll read 148 as well, sorry. Item 148, Capital Region Planning Commission, consideration of reappointing or replacing Tara Wicker. Current ballot, Dwight Hudson and Tara Wicker. Open the floor for both of these items. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. We have any motions? Councilwoman Rocca and Councilwoman Amoroso seconds. Seeing no opposition, we have been reappointed to those. Item 149, Complete Street Citizens Advisory Committee. Consideration of replacing Candace Temple, whose term expired on July 31st, 2023. This is a 4-year term nominated by the Greater Baton Rouge Association of Realtors. Current ballot, Jamie Bell. We'll open the floor for the public hearing for item 149. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. We'll open the floor to council members. Make a motion by the chair to appoint Jamie Bell, seconded by Councilman Hurst. Any opposition? Seeing none, Ms. Jamie Bell. Oh, Councilman Moak.
Hello, okay. The Complete Streets Citizen Advisory Committee, is that what we created when we first came on?
No, this committee has been in existence for quite some time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any opposition? Seeing none, Ms. Bell has been appointed. Item 150, Downtown Development District, DDD, concurring in the Mayor President's recommendation to reappoint or replace Patrick Michaels. Current ballot, Patrick Michaels, requested reappointment and letter from the Mayor President has been received. We'll open the public hearing for item 150. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council members, Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Amoroso. Any opposition? Seeing none, Mr. Michaels has been reappointed. We'll move to change orders. Item 151, 72nd Avenue Pedestrian Improvements Phase 2, Contractor Boone Services LLC, change order amount $9,205.24. Open the public hearing for item 151. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council members, motion by Councilman Dunn, seconded by the chair. Any opposition? Item 151 carries. Final acceptances. Item 152, 72nd Avenue Pedestrian Improvements Phase 2, Contractor Boone Services, final cost $668,405.24. We'll open the public hearing for item 152. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council members, motion by Councilwoman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Hurst. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 152 carries. Acceptance of low bids. We'll take items 153 through 159 together. Item 153, North Air Park Utility Corridor, Hendrick Construction, $1,190,699.88. Item 154, mowing of fields and lots at BR Metro Airport, WP Enterprises LLC, $76,322. Item 155, City Constable Office Renovations, Ryan M. Curtis LLC, $138,880. Item 156, installation of 25-ton package unit at Juvenile Court Building, Corporate Mechanical Contractor, $171,000. Item 157, HVAC Equipment and BR Archives Building, Train, $224,899.26. Item 158, upgrade to existing air handling units at ATM EOC Building, Corporate Mechanical Contractor, $117,800. Item 159, HVAC equipment at Martin Luther King Community Center, Train, $238,568.02. We'll entertain a motion to approve. We'll open the public hearing for items 153 to 159. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. We'll entertain a motion from council members. Motion by Councilwoman Adams to approve, seconded by Councilman Dunn. Any opposition? Seeing none, items 153 through 159 have been approved. We'll move to item 161. There's a request to defer this item for 2 weeks. Receiving a third quarter of 2023 report from the Department of Environmental Services performance for garbage, trash, bulky item, woody waste, and recyclable pickups by Councilman Dwight Hudson. We'll open the public hearing for item 161. Again, there has been a request to defer this item for 2 weeks. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's a motion by the chair to defer for 2 weeks, seconded by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposition? Seeing none, item 161 has been deferred for 2 weeks. Item 162, receiving a report and update from the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development and its I-10 widening project team regarding construction impacts, timelines, and traffic management plans for the Interstate 10 reconstruction and expansion project in East Baton Rouge Parish by Councilman Rowdy Goday. Open the public hearing. We're gonna receive the report first. So, Councilman Goday, if you have some folks that want to come and give us a report, we'll ask them to approach the podium. Please state your name.
Thank you, Council, for having us here tonight. I'm Bob Schmidt. I work for a company called Huval Engineers, and with me tonight is Terry LeBach from GEC and James Taylor from Franklin Associates. My role on this project is the design manager, and Sherry's role is we work very closely together to manage the rest of the design team. And then James is a communications professional that helps us get our messages out as appropriate to meetings like this to inform the community of the project. Of course, it's a very, very, very important project. Sherry and I's background are as professional engineers and professional traffic operation engineers. And so together with James as the communications guy, we've been going around on behalf of DOTD and making presentations like this in the community to community groups, to businesses, to chambers of commerce, to industry, to elected officials, to neighborhood groups, to anybody you can think of. It's been a very ongoing process to inform the public in the community about this very important project. So, Sherry and James are going to lead a presentation for you. I think you'll find it very informative. But before I turn it over to them real quick, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. Of course, I-10 is a supercritical corridor. It's not only critical for Baton Rouge, but it's critical because It also goes all the way from Los Angeles to Jacksonville as the chief, most southerly freight and traffic corridor in the country. And of course, when you come through Baton Rouge, it's a very old system. It was built in the early 1960s, so it's about 60, the birthday is about 60 years old this year. And because it's old, it was not built to modern standards. It has numerous, what we would call deficiencies if we were designing it today. Of course, they weren't deficient when they designed it and built it to begin with. But by today's standards, it doesn't measure up to modern highways. So just a couple of examples of that, like there's 2 mile-long bridges in the segment right through the heart of Baton Rouge. One is what we call the Washington Bridge in the neighborhood closest to the I-110 interchange. One is what we call the Perkins Acadian Bridge in the Perkins Road Business District area and Acadian Thruway. Both of those bridges are a mile long. They don't have any shoulders, so it's not only uncomfortable for drivers to drive through, but there's no place when vehicles break down for them to pull off. And so that would never be done if we were building this highway today. Of course, it doesn't have traffic capacity. We see daily backups coming both eastbound if you're on the west side of the river trying to get into Baton Rouge. We see that westbound if you're already in Baton Rouge or Denham Springs or Ascension trying to get downtown or trying to get across the river. And then something that we focus on a lot as engineers and designers is the geometry of the road. Is it safe? Is it functional? And an example of geometry that does not meet what we would do today is if I'm coming eastbound into Baton Rouge, I cross over the Mississippi River Bridge, and there's a right-hand curve. Everybody knows that curve. You go around the curve, right? There's 2 lanes, but all of a sudden one of those lanes just drops off into the neighborhood, the neighborhood surrounding the Washington Street exit. And, of course, that leaves only 1 lane on I-10 going eastbound. Some say that it's the only place on I-10 in the whole country that it gets down to one travel lane. So those are things that are that we've inherited from the early 1960s when this project was constructed, and that through the process just of observation, hey, there's something out there, we need to fix it. And through the planning process that DOTD has initiated and conducted starting in 2017, we have got to where we are today, which is that the project is under design and it's getting ready for construction. And in fact, when you drive through the corridor, you've probably seen several big cranes that are mobilizing to really begin the construction process in earnest. And so the new road, it will have full-width shoulders. It'll have more lanes. One of the things I'm most proud about is, as engineers, sometimes people say we're not sensitive or whatever, we're just too logical and by the numbers. But one of the things I'm most proud about is that when this new project is constructed through the old heart of Baton Rouge, it's going to be done in a very environmentally sensitive manner as it goes through the Washington neighborhood area. In the old days, we would just ram it through, but now we don't. We're going to have a context-sensitive interstate. It's going to have much longer spans. It's going to have architectural piers. It's going to have activities under the interstate. And it's going to be an asset to the neighborhood as opposed to an eyesore in the neighborhood. And there are other things, too, that you'll see about in the presentation. But and one last thing I want to say before I turn it over is that this is not, from an engineering standpoint, this is not an easy project. It is fraught with challenges, and the biggest single challenge that we are bound to address, and we have heightened awareness over, is the maintenance of traffic during construction of this project. So sure, if we could snap our fingers and we get extra lanes and everything's done overnight, that'd be great, right? But we can't. It's going to take us 5 years to get there. So we have paid special attention, and you'll see in the presentation, to do all the things we need to do to maintain traffic through the corridor at a very high level during the construction process. And so it's very interesting the way it's going to work, and you'll see. And with that, I'll turn it over to James.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Councilman Gode, for inviting us here tonight. It's my pleasure to be here representing the project team and Department of Transportation Development. Is there a clicker or something I might use to advance slides, or how does that happen? Nope. All right. Here's the signal. So I'll just go backwards, just reiterate just a bit of history. The environmental assessment for this project occurred between 2011 and 2019. In November 19th, a public hearing was held on the West Bank in West Baton Rouge Parish for the EA, and on the 20th, a complimentary public hearing was held here in Baton Rouge for this project. Consequently, after a little bit of additional study, on February 12th of 2021, the finding of no significant impact was issued by the Department of Transportation and Development, the U.S. Department of Transportation and Development being the Federal Highway Administration. So that brings us to March of 2021, when this current CMAR, Construction Manager at Risk, Segment 1 project began, and that's what we are representing here today. So advance to slide 2, please. Yes, there we go. So the total project limits overall extend in West Baton Rouge Parish from 415, which is the Lobdell exit, eastward across the river through Baton Rouge and beyond the split to Essen Lane on both I-10 and I-12. So move again. Next slide. This project, as I said, I described this acronym CMAR, the Construction Manager at Risk. This is the project delivery model. It's different from the standard design, bid, build, which is typical of construction projects you might be familiar with. With the Construction Manager at Risk, we've brought on both the design team represented on this chart as Corex 10 and the contractor, the green box, Kiewit Bow, concurrently, so that dialogue occurs regularly with meetings and that efficiencies can be identified as the final plans are worked out. Advance, please. So let's review the purpose and needs statement as contained in the environmental assessment. So within the EA, there were 11 public meetings, and now during CMAR Segment 1, there have already been 8 public meetings. Additionally, there have been over 130 stakeholder briefings, so that's been a lot of public engagement and public outreach. So that's in excess of 2,300 touches. So that's not necessarily 2,300 individual persons, because we have many folks who come to multiple events. So that's individual touches and contact points with the public regarding the project. Advance, please. The purpose and need is the additional capacity in each direction is needed to alleviate congestion and to reduce travel times. And number 2, to update the current design by the addition of shoulders for emergency use, longer acceleration and deceleration lanes for increased merge distances, lane arrangements that reduce weaving, and to extend the life expectancy of the existing infrastructure by replacing it. Next slide. Oh, we're one ahead. Back up one, please. There we go. So anticipated benefits at full project completion include the additional through lanes provided, additional capacity. So we're going from 3 through lanes in each direction to 4 through lanes in each direction at completion. The next bullet, traffic modeling has suggested that after construction, the travel times may be reduced anywhere from 2 to 18% during peak travel times from the Mississippi River Bridge to the I-10-12 split. Let's proceed, please. This I-10 project alone will not solve the capital region's transportation and vehicular traffic woes. It is one of a number of regional mega projects that DOTD is examining. In addition to this, we're looking at the New South Bridge, which is currently beginning the NEPA analysis of that. There's a north bypass that is part of the statewide plan. There's the LA1 to LA415 connector, which is currently going through design. There's a widening of I-10 from Highway 73 to Highway 22, which is in the planning stage, and then the widening of I-12 at the Satsuma to Hammond area, which is in the planning stage. Proceed, please. So then in summary, at a high level, we believe that commuters need to expect predictability and reliability as they travel on I-10 through Baton Rouge, that improvements to I-10 will reduce congestion and allow drivers to plan their trips with increased assurance that they will reach their destination at the scheduled time. Thirdly, that safety benefits of the project include a nearly 10% reduction of anticipated crashes and an even greater reduction in fatality or injury-causing crashes, and that improved infrastructure includes noise reduction, community connections, context-sensitive solutions, and these all provide amenities to area residents and visitors. Next, please. So there are these are two graphics pulled from a DOTD website and a GOSHEP public websites that illustrate and describe the evacuation routes of South Louisiana. And the key things we want to point out here is that contraflow on an interstate system serves New Orleans. There is no contraflow through Baton Rouge ever. It just has not happened. DOTD, when implemented, yes. Now that doesn't say that after an LSU home game we don't have contraflow on local streets, but that's a totally different animal. That is not interstate contraflow. Secondly, they want to emphasize on these graphics that the main impetus is to go north and not east or west to escape storm hazards. Next slide, please. So the project limits, I mentioned that CMAR, we're talking about segment 1. So encircled in the oval there is segment 1 of the project, and that extends from west of Washington Street, which now has been extended to include the I-110 interchange, extending eastward through downtown Baton Rouge to include fully the Acadian Thruway interchange. At this point, I want to allow Ms. Sherry Labat to continue with the presentation.
Okay, thank you, James, and good to be here. So thank you for having us. So I'll start here. As James said, the CMAR Segment 1 extends from the I-10, I-110 interchange out to just east of Acadian Thruway. And if you could advance the slide. So stepping back a little bit, in March 7th, I believe it was, of this year, March 7th of this year, the Department of Transportation went out to a public meeting and presented an option. And to back up a little bit, this project is, just like all projects, will be constructed in stages. So back in March, the department went out to a public meeting and they presented to the public the proposal to shorten the construction time and to provide 2 lanes in each direction through what's called stage 2 construction. And I'll go into a little bit of detail in that in a minute. But this duration would have lasted about 12 to 14 months. And so the FONSI, as James said, was received in 2021. And anytime you make changes or modifications to an environmental document that has received federal approval, then you go out to the public and you receive public comment on those changes. The changes that we received, concerns expressed from the public about the traffic impacts during stage 2 of construction, resulted in the department going back, just like it should. That's what public engagement is about, going back and looking and analyzing, can we go to 3 lanes in each direction? And the department is, the engineers are analyzing that. That's going to be presented to the Federal Highway Administration in December, and then DOTD will make a decision. If DOTD makes that decision to provide 3 lanes in each direction during stage 2, then that means through all phases of construction for the project, 3 lanes in each direction from I-10, I-110 to Acadian will be in place for the traveling public, which is what we have today. Today we have 3 lanes in each direction, and as James said, this project is to add one lane in each direction and other things too that he mentioned. Next slide. So let me walk you through, and we'll spend some time on the schedule. So stage one, again, the project's broken up into different stages. In stage one, what you can expect is the widening of the westbound lanes, the new construction of the City Park Lake Bridge, the service road that extends along the eastbound lanes, and then in addition to that, the widening of the flyover, and I'll go through this in more detail, but as you're traveling into the westbound direction, you know, we all know that curve where I think it was cows that fell over the edge of the barrier, and so DOTD came and built that high wall. That curve is going to be widened in stage one. And then continuing on with more temporary widening to prepare the westbound lanes so that we can shift all the eastbound traffic to the westbound lanes, and then it would also, the westbound lanes would be on the westbound lanes as well. So that project, and you've probably seen the construction out there, there's some cranes out there that are driving piles for the trestle bridge. It's a temporary trestle bridge that'll be used to build the westbound lanes of the City Park Lake Bridge. So that's going on, and then in November is when stage one will begin. In 2025, stage two has generated quite a lot of conversation. This is when traffic will be moved, all traffic will be moved to those newly widened, temporarily widened, except for the City Park Lake Bridge, that'll be permanent construction, to the westbound lanes. And the eastbound lanes will be completely demolished and rebuilt. Again, and we have a note on here in yellow that DOTD is analyzing providing 3 lanes in each direction during stage two, as well as all the other stages. Once stage two is complete, then we move to stage three. Stage three, we put the westbound traffic will be on the westbound lanes. The 3 lanes of eastbound traffic will be on the eastbound lanes, and the contractor will do some finishing work. And then we'll move to stage 4, which at this time, the traffic will shift to the brand new, much wider eastbound lanes, and then the westbound lanes will be demolished and reconstructed to meet the current standards, as James had mentioned, in the purpose and need. Then after stage 4, the project will be complete, and it'll be 4 lanes in each direction with longer acceleration lanes, longer decel lanes, shoulders, better sight distance, etc. So the next, I believe we have a video for you, and I'm hoping that it's going to play, but they say, you know, pictures and videos are worth 1,000 words, so I think this video is very telling, and it gives you a model look at the sequence of construction. So I'm hoping it'll play. James, I think you were... Oh, you did? Okay. All right. And if we do get it to play, which I hope we do, I will talk through it as it's showing you the graphics and the video of the project. And a lot of this information is online at our i10br.com site. And I believe that's what that code is up in the...
Will be centered around...
Oh, well, something started. No, the audio's there. And it sounds like we pulled the video. We have one video with just music and one with someone talking, so it looks like we have the one, so I may not need to talk through it. It's just not showing? Well, why don't we move on then? Yeah, we'll circle back if they're able to get it ready. Again, I believe, James, the video's online too, right? Yeah, it's on the i10br.com site. All right, so let's go ahead to the next slide. All right, so I went through the schedule, and now what I'm going to do is just we're going to go into even more detail to explain the sequence of construction. So again, we'll be starting with the permanent widening of the westbound lanes of the City Park Lake Bridge, as well as the service road that extends along the eastbound lanes. 3 lanes will be provided in each direction from I-10, I-110 to the Acadian Thruway. The next part during stage 1, as I talked about, again, that westbound curve as it goes to the Mississippi River Bridge, will be widening the inside of the curve, which is shown on the right, the lower side, and then we'll be widening on the high side, which is shown on the left side. During this time, as you know, through this curve, there's 2 lanes that are provided. And during this construction, those 2 lanes will continue to be provided through this curve. So that's what EWP 3R, 3A, 3B is involved with, as well as, next slide, stage 1, continuing with stage 1. And what we're using here is Acadian Thruway area, just as a reference and an example to show you the sequence of construction. Also in stage 1, we'll be doing the remainder of the widening, the temporary widening of the westbound lanes. Remember, we're widening the westbound lanes so that we can shift traffic from the eastbound lanes over to the westbound lanes while we fully demolish and reconstruct the eastbound lanes. So all of that happens in stage 1. Next slide. All right, so this depicts, again, the traffic moving from the eastbound lanes to the westbound lanes. The westbound lanes are on the westbound lanes as well. And you'll see the note on here, even though we have 2 arrows in each direction on the green part, which is the westbound lanes, DOTD is analyzing providing 3 lanes in each direction during stage 2, and they'll be coming out with that decision relatively soon in December. So this is stage 2 construction. Next slide. So let's look at, remember in stage 1, we widened that westbound main line curve, right? We widened it on the inside, we widened it on the outside, and we did that so that in stage 2, we're going to provide 2 lanes in the westbound direction, that's what we have today, and 1 lane in the eastbound direction. And this is so, we'll be moving the eastbound over there so that we can reconstruct the curve that's in the highlighted in red. The eastbound, in the eastbound direction currently, as you know, as you're coming from the bridge and you're coming onto I-10 eastbound, you're in 2 lanes, those 2 lanes come in, but one of those lanes exit at Washington. So people are merging over, moving over. It really causes an issue. But you really have 1 lane in the eastbound direction on I-10. And a lot of people say, you know, Baton Rouge is one of the only places where the interstate I-10 goes down to 1 lane. We want to remedy that. The new curve will be wider and provide 2 lanes so that when you're in those 2 lanes, either one of those lanes, you just keep on going. You don't have to worry about traffic merging in because there's going to be a barrier such that if you're coming from I-110 southbound, you won't be able to cross over in those lanes. You will have to get off at the Terrace Street exit that's in place right now. Next slide. Oh, and I did want to point out, go back to that other slide. So on stage 2, the previous slide, we showed 12 to 16 months. This should also say 12 to 16 months. The reason, so before when we showed stage 2, we had 12 to 14 months. The reason that it now shows 16 months is to accommodate for the little bit more time that it's going to take to accommodate and go to the 6-lane MOT. If you stayed at the 4-lane MOT, then you wouldn't need those extra 2 months. But I think, that's just one of the things that you have to look at when you analyze this is time and cost. Next slide. Stage 3. So stage 3, we have our brand new eastbound lanes, our westbound lanes. We are able to maintain the 3 lanes, and the contractor's just doing some finishing work. We want to try to get these lanes opened as quickly as possible. Next slide. Now we're shifting the westbound traffic to the eastbound lanes, 3 lanes in each direction because it's a much wider, newer structure. We demolish the westbound lanes and we rebuild the westbound lanes in stage 4. Next slide. Then in stage 5, we put 3 lanes in each direction. The contractor does some finishing work for about 6 months. And then voila, it's done. Next slide. And we have our 4 lanes in each direction with the wider shoulders, the longer XL and decel lanes, and a more modern interstate up to standards. So with that, I'm going to hand this back over. Well, I think I do have one more slide. Okay. Alternate corridors during construction. We want to show this, that these alternate corridors around Baton Rouge, this is not mandatory that people take these corridors. Again, we'll be providing 3 lanes in each direction during all phases of construction on the main line if and when DOTD approves the 3 lanes in each direction for stage 2. But these alternate corridors have been identified so that traffic does have another means to facilitate in and around Baton Rouge, which, we need all of this now too, don't we? So you'll see that we have adaptive signal work corridors that'll be going on in these corridors. This will be in place by the time of stage 2. EWP 3R, the first project that will be under construction starting in November, 3 lanes each direction. The lanes in the westbound direction will be reduced to 11 feet wide. The eastbound will remain 12 feet wide lanes. That's the typical lane width is 12 feet. But during 3R, you'll just have nighttime closures of lanes, just like you regularly do with any interstate maintenance or construction that goes on in a typical fashion. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to James.
Thank you, Sherry. So the remaining slides fall into 2 categories. The first group is to discuss a number of traffic mitigation strategies that we're recommending to offset the traffic disrupted by construction during that period. And the second group describes a number of the context-sensitive solutions amenities that are part of the project. So with the maintenance of traffic and the constructability slide here, we want to talk about a number, roughly 15, I believe, traffic mitigation strategies. So the first strategy is off-site improvements, and it's difficult to read in the distance on that map, but there are 3 circles in West Baton Rouge Parish around high-volume intersections or interchanges so that's LA1, that's 415, and then I-10 at 415. And those are intersections on surface level highways where adjustments to the geometrics of those intersections are recommended, and they would be implemented in advance of interstate construction to allow an improved flow of travel on those arterials. The fourth one is in East Baton Rouge Parish in the bottom right corner of the map. It is the Acadian intersection at I-10. The number 2 mitigation strategy on this slide is the adaptive signal timings along major alternate routes. And so this project is dovetailing with the city parish's Move BR program throughout the parish, which has been installing fiber optic cables along many of these routes to connect the signals at each intersection. Those would be computer controlled by Mr. Rayford and Ms. Pennington's shop there, and that would facilitate the efficient movement of traffic on these alternate routes. So next slide, please. Number 3 is statewide advanced signage. So along the various interstate routes and major highways throughout Louisiana, this map depicts the placement of variable message signs along where people entering the state from Texas, from Arkansas, from Mississippi would encounter these signs, and they would display messages to drivers informing them of the congestion, perhaps, or the construction for sure, in the capital area. It would, as they proceeded closer to Baton Rouge, there would be additional signs which might recommend alternate routes they might consider, or detours, things like that. Next slide, please. Traffic, number 4 is the queue detection system. So this is a computer-controlled management system that would regulate signal timings to help alleviate the stacking of vehicles on alternate routes. Next slide. 5 through 9. So these have to do with mitigating the peak hour traffic through Baton Rouge. So we're recommending to state agencies, to large employers and industry, where possible, maybe they can consider shifting work hours for some or a number of their employees, and encourage the same for local businesses. And we also want to, with number 9, we're pointing out the collaboration between DOTD and the ride-sharing program that is part of Commuter Crew. Next slide, please. So 10 through 13, there's the presence of additional motor assistance patrol trucks that will be within the construction corridor. They're a member of each quick response team. Number 11 is the presence of dedicated law enforcement at the head of traffic queues, and additional officers will be patrolling the corridor. Number 12 is the regional coordination among law enforcement agencies. I'll touch on that in a moment. And number 13 is another app, DOTD's 511 app, and that includes map routing, which is fed by live traffic data. Next slide. So in the coordination with local and regional law enforcement and first responders, we are forming and preparing an incident management plan that's well underway. That has been undertaken by the Incident Management Task Force, which is made up of these members listed here, the LADOTD itself, Baton Rouge Police, Baton Rouge Fire Department, EMS, the Motor Assistance Patrol, the Louisiana State Police, West Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, and East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, and of course the design team. Next slide, please. So components of that plan include a roster, and so for each roster that would be 2 motor assistant patrol trucks on a maintenance contract. That would be quick response teams, and each consists of 1 map truck, 1 tow truck, and 1 officer. Also committed to the corridor during the construction period would be 1 heavy haul tow truck to deal with large rigs that might break down, and then officers stationed at the queues or heads of traffic queues. Tools they'll be implementing include gates, and that's pictured on the slide. There'd be metal gates that can be opened where the concrete separates oncoming traffic, these gates could be opened in emergency situations to allow first responders to gain access to incidents on the opposite lanes. And you can see also additional map trucks with pushing and pulling capabilities. And then the contractor will also have 4 truck-mounted attenuators. Next slide. So now let's talk about some of the amenities and benefits of the project. These all came out of the environmental assessment, and the court repeated communication and engagement with the communities involved along the corridor. So the acronym CC stands for Community Connections. That is a national program sponsored by the Federal Department of Transportation. A component of Community Connections is context-sensitive solutions, and those are ways to describe the actual amenities that would be constructed within the interstate right-of-way. So within segment 1, there are 4 CSS projects. The first, City Park Lake Bridge, which would be replaced. The Greenway through Old South Baton Rouge, alongside and beneath the new replaced interstate. Noise walls lining the corridor, and then the Perkins Road area improvements. Next, please. This is an artist's illustration of the proposed replacement of the City Park Lake Bridge. You'll notice the architectural enhancements. At the corners, there are towers to accentuate your arrival and passage through our city. It would feature night lighting, decorative lighting, and also typical safety lighting. You'll also notice on this picture along the edges of the bridge are the clear noise walls. These would be clear acrylic panels which meet crash test ratings as required, but also preserve views. Next slide, please. So this one, hopefully this will work. This is an animation. This is the landscape architect's master plan for context-sensitive solutions in the Washington Bridge area, now renamed Laurie Burgess Avenue. But this extends through Old South Baton Rouge from the Expressway Park down to the south to connect to Dalrymple Drive next to East Polk Street Park. So now you can see as we pan to the south, there's a number of nodes depicted on this master plan where improvements would be focused. We're hopeful that as many of these improvements as possible can be implemented. They are contingent upon maintenance agreements with local entities, including the city parish itself and Breck and Baton Rouge Green. Next slide, please. This is an artist's illustration of what the underside of the new interstate in that area of town might look like. You'll notice the Greenway path. So that would be a bicycle pedestrian safe linkage between the existing bike trails and network in downtown Baton Rouge to future improved bike trails around the University Lakes as part of the separate University Lakes project. Other amenities you can see there in the photo. Next slide, please. This image is of the noise walls. As I mentioned, because of the constraints of right-of-way, the walls needed to be constructed on top of the concrete crash barriers alongside the interstate. They needed to be lightweight, and that's why we could not continue to use the standalone concrete noise walls as we have today. But these walls are crash tested and do pass the DOTD requirements. You can see in areas where the interstate is elevated, we would go with clear acrylic to preserve the views, and it would be opaque or solid colored acrylic in areas where it passes by residences or businesses to preserve their privacy. Next slide. This is the Perkins overpass area, and similarly, we worked with a landscape architecture firm and the local community to derive this master plan for improvements beneath and alongside Interstate 10 as it crosses Perkins Road. So as we click the next button, it will pan to the left, and you can see the parking improvements that we're currently, it's a sort of dangerous and hazardous and poorly lit parking lot beneath the elevated I-10 serving those local establishments. This new plan would call for leaving behind a much improved environment for commercial activity and for the community to enjoy at large. The on and off ramps to I-10 from Perkins Road would be removed permanently as part of this project. That land would remain state right-of-way, and on the right side of this image, you can see how a new driveway connecting new parking in that area would wind through that area. It would connect to Perkins Road. Also, the bike pedestrian trail would connect Perkins Road around the backside there through the project area, and it would link up with work proposed by others, the Perkins Underpass group, to link to that project connecting the neighborhoods to the north. Next slide, please. This is an artist rendering of what those improvements might look like beneath Perkins Road in that overpass area. So again, you can see safety lighting as well as decorative lighting where colors could be adjusted and changed through the season to celebrate events. A number of different pedestrian and community amenities in that area. Next slide, please. This is a bird's eye view of the proposed intersection where the current Perkins ramps join Perkins Road from I-10. That would be replaced with this driveway to enter parking available for those businesses in that area. Next slide. Current construction activity. Let's look at what's going on right now. We've got surveying and right-of-way utility work going on right now. There have been building surveys of both residences near the interstate and businesses in that area and institutions such as Knock Knock Museum. Those are building condition surveys, not a land survey. That is to establish a benchmark for the status of those buildings to make sure that we have a documentation of what they are now before construction begins, so that after construction is over, that any claims might be made at that time. Pilings are being installed there across City Park Lake, and then equipment is being mobilized. Next slide, please. Soon, you will also see the following construction activity. That would be the City Park Lake Bridge construction and the I-10 mainline construction. And much of that would begin in mid-November of this year. Last slide, please. So again, the project website is i10br.com. Much of this information is there, and this presentation will also be there shortly. I also want to point out DOTD's My DOTD service. You can access that from the footer, the bottom right of i10br.com, and that will take you to DOTD's homepage or page where you can sign up for the My DOTD service, which can provide you customized notifications of road work and road conditions specific to routes in your area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll open the public hearing for members of the public to speak on item 162. If you would state your name for the record, please. And as a reminder, it's 3 minutes.
My name's Cecil Kavanaugh, chairman of the East Baton Rouge Parish Chamber of Commerce. What happened to initially it was going to 2038 or 2037. What happened to that timeline? Are we still doing that? And you had about 8 or 9 segments. Are y'all still doing that? Or how long is the total project going to be?
Mr.
Y'all
Kavanaugh,
just talked about 2 segments, right?
Hang on, just a minute. Mr. Kavanaugh, if you would, please make all your comments. If you have questions, you can certainly ask all those as well. And then when that time is up, a council member can call them back up and get some of those questions answered.
Well, those are some of my questions. The other thing that I've always been concerned about, I'm not opposed to the project. We need to do that. But I think the alternate routes that they talked about, we're not doing anything to improve those before we start the construction on I-10 widening, which I think is going to affect the traffic. The other airline in Florida are my big thing. If you would do some more from Old Bridge to I-12 on Airline, maybe some overpasses, that would help speed traffic, and do Florida from Airline to maybe Walker. Widen it, do some overpasses first. That would help. The other thing I would warn y'all against, which y'all have, I've read in paper y'all either approved or talked about, is doing the same thing to Florida that you did to government downtown. And if you do that during this construction period, you're going to kill that's not going to become an alternate route. You're going to narrow it to one lane unless you're riding a bike. And how many of y'all ride a bike to work? Any of y'all do that today? I didn't. I don't know why we're doing that, but y'all do that. So we got to be careful of that. I think, too, like I-49, extend it from Lafayette to New Orleans, because Google says it's a 37-minute difference between going down US 90 from Lafayette to Slidell or doing 1012. I know I don't have much left. But you have bridge problems. The bridge is there. Truckers can't go that route because of the weight limits on the bridge. We could do something there, and that would help. We got to realize that I-10 is the economic engine of the southern United States. We're just clogging it up. We're going to go to 2-lane for 14 months. It's going to kill us. And they were talking about it being from 23 to 38, 15 to 16 years for the whole project. Now they talk about segment 1, segment 2, where before they talked about 8 or 9 segments. Which is it? I don't know which report I'm getting today. I'm out of time.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak, if you would, please approach the podium and state your name.
Penny Landry. Jerry mentioned the March 7th open house that DOT did. What she didn't mention was that the reason DOTD had to do that open house was because after they submitted the plan to FHWA, they changed it from 3 lanes to 2 lanes and to 1. So FHWA said, you got to go back and get public comment. So according to James at Franklin Associates, I submitted my comments. The invitation for us to attend went out 2 weeks before March 7th. That invitation included submit your comments. I keep looking for my comments. I called James at Franklin. He goes, oh, they may have gone into a spam folder. I said, well, James, how many total comments did y'all get 2 weeks before March 7th to 2 weeks after March 7th? He said 155. Interesting, because FHWA received, guess how many comments? 88. So as a financial contributor to this debacle, because as I understand it, you approved $12 million to go to DOTD towards this potential economic and quality of life debacle for the citizens of East Baton Rouge. There's a lot of talk about environmental. Our group met with the mayor. I'm going to get emotional. The FONSI is a finding of no significant environmental impact. We requested of the mayor that there be a request of DOTD to do an economic impact study as well as a quality of life impact study to the people that you represent. The mayor never got back with us. So we continue to reach out to the mayor. We reached out to you. Emails went out to all of you requesting a town hall versus an open house. An open house is basically a dog and pony show. You can't ask questions. You can't get a response. Rowdy, thank you for this presentation. However, it's not a forum where people can ask questions and get answers. That's what a town hall is. At the press club meeting on 8/26, I asked the mayor. I said, Mayor, we've been emailing you, asking for a town hall about this
Ms. Landry,
510.
that's your time. I'm going to give you about 30 more seconds to wrap it up, but that is your time. But finish your thoughts.
There
if you
we
don't mind.
go. That's what can't happen in a town hall. I can't be cut off, okay? So the mayor says, oh, well, I don't think the Metro Council is denying y'all requests. I'm not denying your request. I'm just not going to do one. I'm just not going to do a town hall. There are people sitting in traffic today trying to get kids with special needs to schools. Those kids are sitting in traffic for hours, okay? When this is down to 2 lanes, and it still could potentially be 1 lane if FHWA approves this, okay? It's a debacle for our quality of lives of the citizens, and it's an economic mess. And I would like y'all as money contributors, contributing taxpayer dollars to this, to look into if DOTD is arbitrarily censoring public comments, because they only submitted 88 of the 155. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, council members. Joe Donahue, Assistant Attorney General from the Louisiana Department of Justice. I sent you all an email shortly before this meeting started. First of all, I would like to just begin by saying that I am not criticizing Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Labat, or Mr. Taylor. I was familiar both with Mr. Schmidt and Ms. Labat prior to this project and have every confidence in their engineering abilities. Nor am I arguing that this project is unnecessary. It's a legal issue. That being said, though, I do take issue with a few things that were said earlier by one of the members of the CMAR team. They put up the diagram about how there are multiple different members. They are all from CoreX. They are all the design team. You will not see another public servant speak over here. Not FHWA, not DOTD. They are not here to discuss this project. And it is the duty of a public servant to inspire confidence in your government. And Councilman Gaudet, I appreciate you trying to shed some light on this project and get information about it out to the public, because I have engaged in the same endeavor since November of last year. And it has been very, very frustrating. Some of the things that were said. Mr. Schmidt said, we can't go to 3 lanes. That is absolutely not true. The environmental approval that they have currently requires them to maintain existing capacity. What they have been trying to do since February of last year is to deviate from that document, to cut down, knowing that it will cause a significant impact, and if they had said that up front, it would have required the full environmental study. Ms. Labat said that DOTD is studying whether it is possible to maintain 3 lanes. Absolutely not. It is possible. The contract with Kiewit-Bow, the CMAR contractor, requires them to maintain existing capacity. She also said that DOTD will decide whether it is going to be 2 or 3 lanes. Absolutely false. FHWA decides whether they can deviate from their existing environmental approval. Now, Councilman Gaudet, if the individuals here had viewed the March 8th, 2023 Metro Council meeting where Mr. Rayford presented about the city parish's plans for this project, they would have known the information that you were looking for. And any of the slides that were on the screen today that had that information have draft, have subject to change, have we may do this, we may do that. They cannot give you the information that you are looking for because they don't know it themselves. At that March 8th meeting, Mr. Rayford said that he had asked for alternate routes from DOTD, and he may correct me if I get it, what he stated wrong, but that they could not identify any, so he identified some himself, and he put them up on the screen, and they were available. Sir, the ones that are in the slideshow today differ from the ones Mr. Rayford showed in March.
That is your time. If you would make your last comments.
Certainly. It's fundamental. It's kindergarten. It is,
Don't say one thing and then do another. That is what DOTD is doing. It's not their consultants, it's not their contractor. It is a legal issue, not an engineering issue, and I felt like you should have the information to know that what is being told to you is not accurate, is not correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Councilman Moak.
I'm just trying to figure out where to start here. The original project was supposed to be a year and a half. Did y'all mention that before? It was never a year and a half. It was like, we're going to go in there, we're going to do this, we're going to get it done. Like, rip the Band-Aid off, let's throw some streets down, let's get this done. There was never talk about that?
If you would, Ms. Labas, if you would use a microphone, please.
I guess for clarity, what part of the project are you talking about? The entirety from I-110 to east of Acadian?
Yeah.
A year and a half? No.
Year and a half, okay.
No, that's never been.
No, that's fine with me.
Yeah,
I wish
that's
you could
good.
do it in a year and a half.
I wish we could
I'd take
too.
it down. I'd tell you take it down and drive on the shoulders.
I wish we could too.
It's something that has to be done.
It
no
is.
matter what. I mean, I feel like we're beating this down every single time. This presentation you just gave tonight,
Mhm.
is this the same one that you gave at the Crown Plaza? Was it the Crown Plaza we all went to?
Okay, so
last year?
No, so the Crown Plaza
Where you
was.
set up the models and the different
Yeah.
stations
So that was March 7th. And.
of last year?
Of this year.
Of this year.
Of
okay.
this year. And so.
And real quick, because I only have so much time, but the presentation or
some
the structure
changes.
of it,
Yeah.
real quick, what could be a change in there that was done? Real quick.
That DOTD is analyzing going to 3 lanes during stage 2 instead of 2 in
Okay.
each direction.
So that's really the only consistent change from March to whatever, to
Correct.
now, to this presentation right now.
As far as I can remember off the top of my head, that is
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Mr. Fred,
Well, I did,
Mr. Fred.
because he's being quick, but that is the change.
Yes, I am being quick.
That is the change. That is
Okay,
the change.
that's great. So we went from 2 lanes back to 3 lanes, or y'all were studying
That's
to
right.
go
We
back
were
to 3
studying it.
lanes.
We presented
And right
the 2
now, we're
lane-
at 3
right.
lanes.
Now yes.
We're at 3 lanes through the whole project. The same amount of lanes that we have on the interstate right now.
DOTD is
Same
analyzing. They're
wrecks,
going
same
to make
wrecks
the
every day that
decision
hold up
soon.
traffic,
Yeah, it's
same
gonna be the
amount of
same-
lanes, same
you-
everything.
You're right on.
Right.
It's going to
Okay.
be the same number of lanes.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Fred. Yes. I apologize, Mr. Rayford.
I've been called a lot of things.
Right. One thing that we have been doing as a council, because this is a state project with the interstate, that we're not going to dictate to them what is going to happen. But we have actively, and we've had plenty of meetings over this, actively been discussing, promoting, putting information out there, updating, everything that we can do to mitigate offline traffic. In fact, I think the original mitigation of offline traffic was to mitigate if they went down to 2 or 1 lane. That's how much we were planning on mitigating.
That's correct.
That's correct. Now, we're still at 3 lanes, but we're at the same mitigation project on the outside if people decide to get off the interstate. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Our plan has not changed in regards to our overall corridors that we want to upgrade to help to facilitate moving traffic.
Correct. So our mitigation and our moving traffic through East Baton Rouge Parish is the same as if there was an accident on the interstate and it shut the whole thing down, or it was down to 1 lane, or they continue at 3 lanes.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Public meeting wise, and Rowdy, I appreciate you doing this in this council meeting. Councilman Goday, I appreciate you doing this in this council meeting. I had a town hall meeting strictly on this, that DOTD showed up, East Baton Rouge Parish showed up. I had one. I will get you the public records and everything. announced. It went through the whole media thing. Yes, it was in Central. You might not want to come to Central, but I announced a public meeting for this, only this. And it was a one-on-one back and forth. I had no timers. I had no nothing. I had 6 people show up. Now, it was announced parish-wide, the same as every other meeting. But I had 6 people showed up, probably because maybe they didn't want to come to District 4. But it was in East Baton Rouge Parish to strictly discuss this.
Councilman Moak, would you like your additional time?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gode.
Sherry, if you would, and Justin, could you pull up slide 16, please, sir? We were at, the title of it is Stage 2. It's the first Stage 2 slide. Sherry, while he's doing that, first of all, thank y'all very much for accommodating the request and coming and presenting. Slide 16, Stage 2 shows, there you go, the consolidation of two-way traffic on the eastbound side. You talked about...
Westbound.
Oh,
right.
thank you. I misspoke. Thank you. On the westbound side, you talked about demolition of the eastbound side.
Correct.
Give me the section, please, of what would be demolished on the eastbound side, starting where and ending where.
All right, so if you go to, let me see which slide, maybe go to the next one, see if I remember. Okay, so do you see the red here as we're coming off the Mississippi River Bridge in the eastbound direction? The red?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right, so the demolition would start at that red, where that red starts.
Okay.
Continue, we don't have the whole corridor up here, but if just continue along that eastbound all the way. So now go to the previous slide. To this point right here. That is what is being demolished.
So not quite to College? That's
Right.
Narren right there.
This is Narren. That goes over here. That's in the next phase.
Yeah.
So it would be demolished to this point.
And so the remainder, past what you have showing red up here, would stay in place and not be demolished?
That is in the next phase. This project, and one thing that we did not show, we can certainly get it to you. When the environmental assessment was done, there are numerous sections throughout the project. What this project, Seymour Segment 1, is the most critical part of the interstate and the most challenging part. And it encompasses a number of those sections. Section 3, and it's like 3A, 3B, 3C, 4A, 4B, 4C. So a lot of sections through 5, okay? There's further sections from here to College Drive that would take place in I guess you could call it Seymour Segment 2.
Okay.
In the future.
Okay.
So in that Seymour Segment 2, we have the replacement of the Narren Street Bridge. Yep. We also have demolition, and we're looking at replacing the College Drive bridges over College Drive. But that project is not under design as of yet.
When the project itself was originally announced, demolition was not part of the original plan. Am I correct?
I was not involved in the environmental assessment. There were structures that were going to be replaced. It's an aging infrastructure.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask Bob to talk about that and talk about any changes from the environmental assessment to this stage.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll hand it over to Bob.
Yeah, so during the planning phase, during the environmental assessment, there were significant studies done on the structural sufficiency and lifespan remaining on the existing bridges in the corridor. I mentioned at the beginning that everything out there is 60 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So as a result of that process, at the end of the NEPA process, the decision was made to replace all the bridges as the best decision under the circumstances. The Washington Bridge that we talked about earlier in Segment 1, the Perkins Mainline Bridge in Segment 1, those are 2 of the bridges to be replaced. And then the College Drive would be in Segment 2, and that bridge is slated to be replaced as well with a new bridge because it too is 60 years old.
Okay. Sherry, if you come back, so under the scenario that's shown here on slide 16, where you've got 2 lanes of traffic on the westbound side,
Correct.
if I am traveling east, do I have an exit lane?
If you're traveling east, and while this is under construction, you can exit at Nicholson, and we're saying that you're coming east from across the Mississippi River. You can exit at Nicholson, and you can also exit at College Drive.
Okay, so this would not be an exit route for someone coming eastbound under this scenario.
Yeah, you Nicholson and College,
Yeah,
and then if you're
but not
coming,
an Acadian.
Not Acadian.
Yeah, okay. And then similarly, when College is under construction, there would be no eastbound College exit.
That's correct, but, well, pardon me? No, that would be in Seymour segment 2. Okay, that exit will not be closed, but you'd have Acadian as well.
Okay.
In the east, yeah, go ahead, Bob, in the eastbound.
I'll take my extra.
Rowdy, you want your additional time?
I'll take it, my extra and Cleve's extra, and no, I'm kidding. Please.
So yeah, the College Drive eastbound exit will never be closed either in segment 1, which is what we're building right now, or segment 2, which is the next one to come after this. That will always be open. But I did want to say,
to both directions of traffic.
All of the ramps at College Drive will remain open all the time during construction.
Right.
I did want to comment on, you made the point, and it's a, it's a good observation that in stage 2, when we have all the eastbound traffic on the old westbound bridge, and Sherry said traffic can exit at Nicholson, and then the next exit will be College. So that means that the existing Washington exit and the existing Dalrymple exit and the existing Acadian exit would be closed during that 12-month to 16-month period. And we work closely with Fred. Where's Fred? So and Cindy, and their concern, rightfully so, is that when we close those ramps, how is traffic going to get around? So we've been working with them on that to manage local traffic.
Okay.
The flip side of that is that when you close ramps, or if you have fewer ramps to begin with, ramps create turbulence, traffic coming onto the interstate, traffic trying to exit the interstate, weaving sections, and all that. So they create turbulence in the traffic flow, and so that restricts traffic flow on I-10. So when you think about if we have a construction zone and we have narrower lanes and we're worried about traffic flow on I-10 being constricted because of that, if you think of the positive thing, it's because there's going to be less turbulence in the traffic stream. The negative impact will not be as great. Okay. You might not even know the difference on the main line.
Okay.
I just wanted to make that.
Thank you very much, Sherry. I'm going to connect in the College flyover. Is that still? Have those plans changed for the College Drive flyover?
What do you mean changed?
Is it still a College Drive flyover?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, it's under construction, so moving forward.
Okay.
So I would say
no significant changes because of anything related to.
No, because that project was designed in concert with what was going to occur on the Seymour segment 1. It is a separate project. It is a design build project.
Yes.
So it was procured differently. It's not part of it, but it was part of the overall plan.
Yep. Great. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. James, if you would, real quickly, does your firm stay on through the course of construction as a communication to the?
So actually, the contract is split, as you saw on the diagram.
Yeah.
There's a Core X10 team, and so
as
I remain in Bob's good graces, I get to remain involved in the communications related to design, but the contractor, Kiewit Bow, is bringing on their independent public information officer, and they are already hired. They are beginning to work. In fact, had their first public outreach event what's that, Tuesday night at the Lod Cook Center.
One of the things I'm hopeful to start seeing is the communication team partnership with local media during construction. That partnership and that daily update and that up-to-date information, up-to-minute information is going to be so critical. So if you can touch on that or speak to it, I'd value that.
What I can say is that the contractor is developing a public involvement plan. And so at some point that might be available for review.
Okay.
I have not seen it yet.
And when you say the contractor, you're referring to the Kiewit Bow?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all for me. That's all I needed. Thank y'all again.
Councilwoman Rocker.
One thing that I really hate about discussion items is it leads the public to believe, especially the public that has failed to read the plan of government, that the Metro Council wields this power for change and this authority that we do not have. So I want to make it abundantly clear tonight what our power is over DOTD. So, Ms. Beck, can you tell us what the power is that we have over this project in DOTD?
The Metro Council doesn't have any authority over DOTD.
We have no authority, okay? So, but moving forward, I understand that we sometimes look at funding, but based upon the conversations that we've had tonight, I think it's been made abundantly clear that no one has come to the Metro Council and said, hey, how should these roads look? When we talk about it, we hear that they're talking to Mr. Rayford, who's very qualified, and that they're talking to traffic engineering. But not a single person has come to Jen Rocca and said, hey, tell me how you would like this bridge drawn. Okay? So I just want folks to understand that our power is limited, and we hold these discussion items, and people think that they can come in and the Metro Council can just say, we want this change. That's not happening on all sorts of other levels. So I don't want anybody to be confused because that's not typically clear. What I can say is we will deal with the impact. And we're currently dealing with the impact of that widening. And those impacts currently are going to affect District 12, and it's going to be significant. My district has all of Perkins Road, we have the overpass, we have College Drive, and Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman is District 10. She has some of the exit ramps that this is going to impact. And I understand it'll impact the city as a whole. Mr. Kavanaugh mentioned that, I-10 is the economic corridor. So there will be larger impacts. But with that being said, our responsibility and what we've actively done is talk to the homeowners. We've created resolutions for business owners in the area under Perkins Road, which has come before the council, and we've discussed that. We have talked about just very recently with Fred Rayford last night with Southdown Civic Association, what it's going to look like when folks are not on the interstate but flooding our neighborhoods with traffic on Lee Drive, on Highland Road, on Perkins Road, on Nicholson, on Burbank, and what that's going to look like for kids that play in those neighborhoods. We have prepared potential traffic studies. We have been working together on that piece. The other piece that we've talked about is what's going to happen, because I can tell you what nightmare it is for me in the morning when I am driving down Highland Road. What's going to happen when that wayward Republic truck is driving down Highland at 8:30 in the morning when everyone is driving and trying to reach these other streets and using these streets that aren't usually traveled, and traffic backs up for a long period of time. So those are discussions that we have control over, that we are working on. I will say this with regard to what has happened in District 12. We've talked to neighbors. We've talked to subdivisions. This team has come out, and the neighbors, believe it or not, that their backyards abut the interstate. We have conversations with them, and they were not worried about the noise, which, shocker, I mean, we're all worried about noise, what that's going to look like. They weren't worried about what it looks like, the aesthetics. They were worried about the temporary fence that was taken down and the crime that will creep into their neighborhoods while it is gone. And these folks made sure that they put a temporary fence up as soon as one was removed, and it's much higher than the one that was originally placed. So those are the concerns that my constituents have, my constituents that are actually impacted by this. Crime. When we're talking about I-10 widening, we have concerns of crime, ladies and gentlemen. A fear of people leaving the interstate and crawling through their backyards and entering their homes in what is typically a quiet neighborhood. So those are the things that this council has power over. Not so much crime, but some of those other things that I listed. Carolyn Coleman has worked very closely with me, and I applaud her. Some of the projects that they're talking about under the overpass, we didn't have power over those, but they have told us, they have agreed, they have promised to put lighting. If anyone has walked anywhere from, let's say, Ivar's or Trader Joe's, you'll see that we lack infrastructure. That area of town is needs infrastructure, needs sidewalks. I want extra time. It needs sidewalks, it needs infrastructure, it needs lighting, it needs parking. This little hub within the city of Baton Rouge generates a lot of sales tax revenue. It has a lot of folks from all over town that like to mingle in that area, and they're trying to go through great strides to make that happen. And I'm here to say, on the record, that's going to happen. We're going to make sure that happens. But again, those are the things that we can work through as a council. The other things, I don't want to misrepresent what our power is. I don't want to lead the public to believe that we have some power that we can change all of the things. We can make all those right. I don't want people at home to believe that if they send us emails that we can change what this entire project looks like. That would not be fair. That would not be fair to the people at home. That would not be fair to the people in the audience. So I just want to make sure that is absolutely understood. The other piece, I just really briefly, if y'all don't mind, I think there were a couple questions that I wrote down. There was a question about a 2037 timeline. I think we cleared it up, but do you still have that question? He still has that question. Can somebody address that for him, please?
So in the NEPA document, right, it's the roadmap that lets you actually design and build the project. So we have this corridor all the way from LA 415 to the I-10, and that's on the west side of the river, to the I-10, I-12 interchange on the east side of the river. And within that long corridor, the project's broken up into many different pieces. So while the corridor is called a segment of independent utility under the NEPA process, each of those individual pieces are broken out separately as potential individual projects. And so when somebody was doing that NEPA document several years ago, and they looked at the money on hand, the cash flow available to build this $2 billion project, based on that flow, they said we can meter out these individual projects over time, and it could take up to that long. Could take. Nobody said it would take. They said, here's a potential plan. And so as we have gotten into design, as Sherry said, we have been able to combine many of those segments into what is now called Segment 1, and that's what we talked about here today as the first project to go forward. That project will be built in 5 years. Now, Segment 2 is the next one in line. That covers 3 or 4 additional of those individual projects going out to the I-10, I-12 interchange. If the money is found and is available, Segment 2 will commence immediately after Segment 1, possibly with some overlap in Segment 1. So that segment would be finished in another 3 or 4 years. And then if the rest of the money is found, then the west side of the river can be done, and the timeline will not be that long. But if the money's never found to build the project, then yes, it will stretch out. It's just like anything else. If you don't have the money now, you have to wait and do something when you get it. But the point I want to make is Segment 1 by itself, to be finished in 5 years, is a wholly independent, functional section of Interstate 10 that will benefit Baton Rouge forever, even if none of the other stuff ever comes along, because we can't find funding for it. And I'm not saying we won't, but I'm saying if that happened. So
If I may
5
just-
years
I'm
to
so
get
s-
segment one, permanent benefit, even if none of the other sections come along.
And we have funding for the segment one.
We do. We have
Okay,
100% funding for 100% funding for segment one to get you through the end of the 5 years.
Mr. Kavanaugh, I have 45 seconds. You're welcome to come up, but you got to run.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, what you got to realize, if this goes 15 or 16 years, there's are businesses talking about we can't have one business in Baton Rouge. We got to have one on the west side, and we got to have one in Hammond or somewhere, because I-10 is going to be blocked for 15 years. So we had one business tell us it's going to cost them $1 million a year. So DOTD is telling us, oh, it's 5 years. No, it isn't. He just said that. Phase one. They don't say phase one. They don't tell you the whole story. They tell you part of the story. Now, if they want to do the whole thing, they're going to tie up Garvey bonds.
Mr. Kavanaugh.
When our grandchildren will be paying it all. So that's the
the end of-
problem. We're not getting the whole story from DOTD.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh.
And I'll tell you about CMAR on another
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Kavanaugh. Councilman Moak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Rocca, thank you so much. I appreciate you, especially the part about what power we have and everything. Look, if we had so much power over this, I would like to see you add 6 lanes on each side of the interstate. Twin span that Mississippi River Bridge, 6 lanes on each side of the interstate, all the way to 12. Because, I mean, look, one of the questions that I got was, how long, and please, as short as you can, what is the life expectancy of adding one more lane to the interstate on I-10 through Baton Rouge? Because essentially that's what we're doing. We got a 5-year project. This phase one is a 5-year project to add 1 lane on each side of the interstate through Baton Rouge.
Yeah. So in the transportation business, this is universal across the country. When new highway projects are planned and constructed, the outlook from a traffic standpoint, when you do the analysis, is a 20-year horizon. So this project, with the traffic growth projections over the next 20 years, once the project is open, will satisfy those traffic demands. Now, beyond 20
Correct.
years.
So basically, you talk about a 20-year lifespan.
Well, at least.
We're looking at a 20-year lifespan to ease traffic some through Baton Rouge by adding 1 lane to each side of the interstate. Because we're at a 3-lane now. When we're done, we'll have 4 lanes.
I would like to make this point. So we are adding 1 lane in each direction, which adds a lane of capacity, as you might expect.
Correct.
But because we're providing shoulders on the road, that actually increases the capacity more than just adding 1 lane.
Okay.
Based on traffic analysis and theory and observation.
Like I said, if we had that much power and control over this, I'd just assume you had 3 lanes on each side of the interstate. And because I've seen it in Texas, I've seen it in Katy Freeway. They built that sucker all the way out there, and it was capacity before they even finished it. New Orleans is adding, they went through all that stuff about 10 years ago, and they're already adding lanes back on to New Orleans now. So that I understand their thing. If we're going to rip this Band-Aid off, let's get it all done, and so on. So that would be my wish if we had control over it. I could tell you, hey, here's all your money, go do it. With that being said, to the public, and since we're speaking to the public in this great public forum that we have being the council meeting, I think us as East Baton Rouge Parish, as a council, the approvals that we've done, the things that we've done with the money that the state has given us, the things that Mr. Rayford's department has done to prepare for this. Carmageddon is what some people are calling it, or whatever else. What we've done as a parish, the information that we've put out, I think has been above par. I think has been great. Mr. Fred, I appreciate your department and the public information that you've given us throughout this whole process. Some of the things that we've even talked about at the public meeting that we had strictly on the I-10 thing was, even the city parish, and even though CATS doesn't go out to Central, we was talking about even adding a line down Florida Boulevard, parking spot out there, people can ride it in. There's so many options that we're trying to put on the table to alleviate the traffic. I even proposed doing a shutdown day. Let's put information out there. Let's give it about 2 or 3 weeks of public information and say we're going to pretend. This is at the time when I thought we was going down the one lane. And I said, let's take the interstate down to one lane, put it out there for 3 weeks that we're going to do this on this day, and then let everybody flood the city parish and see what the response is. See, just do a test of the system. See what the response is and everything. That's one of the things I've proposed to do. I think, everything that we can do, I think, I got to give it to Mr. Rayford's department that I think we as a parish and the approval that we've done, I appreciate all the work that you've done working with the state to get everything completed before all of this starts. Thank you.
Councilwoman Coleman.
I concur with what Councilman Moak just said about Fred. Fred has been our point person and has helped us tremendously, and just grateful. Also, I need to say that, yes, we had a community meeting that was held at the Leo Butler Center, and it was well attended, and everybody was there, DOTD, the city, James, crew, everybody, and their mama was there. The other question that I have is, one of the concerns was Fairview Baptist Church front opening and the encroachment upon the front of their church and them not being able to, so James, come on up, them not being able to use that front part of their church. And that was one of the concern. And the other question I have is, with all of this, how many homes over in 10 will be affected?
I'm not an engineer, but I appreciate the plans, Fairview Baptist Church there fronting Braddock Street, the acquisition of additional right-of-way along Braddock Street from not only Fairview but other contiguous properties was so that DOTD could install a sidewalk there following reconstruction of Braddock, that the entrance and egress into the church there at the front would continue to be available, is my understanding.
Okay, so to get a definite yes, who do I contact on that census, your understanding?
Contact me.
Okay.
And I'll get it for you. Yes.
Okay, all right. So I'm contacting you now, and I need you to get that for us.
Yes.
Yeah, Pastor Spurlock really needs to know that, and I thank you.
Understood.
Yes. Now tell me about how many homes, how many houses, how many families will be affected, and no houses.
So we had nobody's
nobody
regarding the sidewalk acquisition.
No, I'm talking about in 10. With the interstate coming through, and usually interstates
those
coming
acquisitions have already been completed, is my understanding, by DOTD's real estate. But we can get that total number for
yes.
you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, will entertain a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes. Motion by the chair.
We didn't start till 4.
We're just being safe.
Okay.
Second by Moak. Any opposition? Seeing none, we will extend the meeting.
Do it.
Councilman Dunn.
I'm not going to do it. Thank you.
Nah, it's done now.
Let me first piggyback on Councilman Rocker's comments about setting expectations of what this body can do and what our authority is. I thought you stated that well. Thank you for that. Also, Fred said in the last time we addressed this, he was very clear with that this is not our project, this is a state project. I do think we expect the state to be a good partner and have collaboration and communication. It looks as if that has taken place. Councilman Moak, I was told to not say this out loud, but I'm going to say it anyway. I like your idea of the test and the shutdown. I think that would be a good idea to see what the impact will be to do something like that. I think that's a great idea. And finally, I want to tip my hat, and don't nobody fall out, to Councilman Gaudet for raising the issue. I do think that the previous time we raised the issue, many of the points and the direction, in my opinion, was misguided. It was guided at Fred as if this was our project and he had some, or we had some authority on the communication and the direction. I want to tip my hat to him for having the right parties here this time. I think the questions and the concerns are being directed at the right parties, being the state, their contractors, DOTD, and things of that nature. And finally, just want to thank you guys for coming out and being part of the process, and the public as well for giving your input. So I just encourage and impress upon you guys to continue to have that collaboration with us, with the public, and at Councilman Gaudet's request with the media to make sure we get more information out to them to clearly communicate to them what the expectations are. Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks.
The gentleman from DOTD, maybe. You're the vendor, correct? Okay. And I don't recall who said this, but someone mentioned consideration as it relates to contraflow.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Would you repeat that
there was a map in the presentation that was from the current hurricane evacuation plans maintained by DOTD and GOSHEC and others, and it's published on their websites. And so the reason we showed that was to make the point that I-10 through Baton Rouge is not a contraflow route, because we had heard some concerns about during construction what happens to hurricane evacuation. And so while I-10 will always be open 3 lanes in each direction during construction, it never has been planned nor even before construction or during construction to be used as a contraflow route, meaning all the lanes go in one direction, right? So the idea that because we're out there constructing the road, it's going to have an impact on hurricane evacuation, I think we were just trying to ease people's minds that that would not be true.
Okay, so that brings me to one point. So we know that a lot of times when there is a hurricane, the contraflow as it relates to a mega shelter is in Alexandria. So, that's where a lot of that would, I guess, I don't know if a lot, but that's why there would not be maybe a problem with I-10. However, there are plans to have a mega shelter off Highway 61 in Baker. And I was wondering, and so therefore that would bring in I-110 North as well. And all of that needs to be considered as part of the contraflow. And I was wondering, has anyone brought up the fact that there's going to be a mega shelter in Baker? It's my number one question. You want me to let you answer before I get to the other two? I'd go do all 3.
Either way, so I-10 in Baton Rouge, if we didn't ever have any construction during a hurricane evacuation, would operate 3 lanes in each direction, just as it does today. It would never be changed to operate, say, 6 lanes all in one direction. So the ability to reach a shelter in Baker, it will not be changed in any way under this project. You would still have the same number of lanes that feed into US I-110 North and US 61 to get to Baker or LA-19 or whatever, wherever it is. Yeah.
Okay. Number 2 is and I guess I've been. This has not been on the forefront of my mind because I do represent the northern part of the.
I do want to make sure that we don't take away Ms. Banks' opportunity for a quorum to finish her comments. If y'all would, please make sure we have 7 members in the chambers.
So, and that won't be long. So the north, so I'm in the northern part of the parish. So, and I guess the question is, I know I-110 other than that artery, but so many of our residents that live in the northern part of the parish all the way to Mississippi, St. Francisville, all of them still work on I-10 North. And I guess it always just kind of bothers me where there's a lot of concern like over the river, but east-west, but not north-south. And so that's a real concern of mine. And I just think when you're thinking about transportation and country flow or any bill, you should think holistically, because then eventually we go back and at some point we have to still deal with these issues. But now these issues are gonna make it hard, people coming north to south. So I was just wondering, is that at all part, and is that something that we need to be bringing to our residents as they have in the south? Is there information they need to be preparing mentally or whatever?
So I'm going to ask James to take a note on this, because we can meet with our DOT clients, the owners of the system. But the questions you are asking to me, as I hear them, are more of policy, larger policy questions related to the regional operations during hurricane events or other emergency events, and how does I-10 fit into that equation?
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure if I heard it right, that it's something that really is at a project level that we could have any influence on this particular project.
Yeah, and so I'm basically, the second part, I'm sorry. The second part is kind of leads to where they're talking about the communication with the residents who are being impacted. So because of their proximity to, but what I'm saying is that a huge number of people that live in the northern part of the parish, come from Mississippi, Clinton, St. Francisville, they're going to be stuck in that same traffic getting home. And I'm saying that the same, like you were talking about, the same communication plan, they need to be involved so that they too can be prepared. Because like we're all thinking, like I've spent a whole year thinking this has nothing to do with me. But now hearing the project today, if I live in the north and I'm working in Ascension, that's how I'll get more getting home.
So point noted, and we
that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other council member speakers, we're finished with that item. Members, there is a request to revisit item 116. I'm sorry,
114.
114 by Councilman Gode, second by the chair. Any objections to revisiting item 114? Seeing none, we'll reopen the public hearing. Do I need to read the item? All right, I'll read the item into the record. Authorizing the mayor president to execute a professional services agreement with Waste Pro of Louisiana, Inc. for debris hauling services in an amount not to exceed $100,000 by a development director. We'll open the floor for the public hearing on item 114. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Steiner?
Yes, sir. Thank you, council, for revisiting. I was able to go out in the hall and take a phone call, so I'll pitch hint on this one. This is a contract whenever we demolish a house in-house with our crews. Waste Pro is actually the ones that hauls off the debris. We've used this contractor before. We've reached the end of that professional service agreement, and we're trying to renew it.
I'm sorry, I do have a...
Councilwoman Banks.
I'm so sorry, but they brought something to my mind, and I'm not even sure if it's Waste Pro, but there's a gentleman who said that for many years, how long have we been with Waste Pro?
I'm not with Waste Pro.
I mean, not you. I mean, the city.
I'm with South Central Planning, and I've worked with you guys since 2020.
Okay, so that's not Waste Pro?
No, sir.
Okay, so why are you up here?
I'm pitch hitting for the Blight Department.
I thought you worked.
I serve as your building official. I manage permits and inspections. I work very closely with the Blight Department on condemnations and stuff.
Real confused. All right. So the only thing I was going to say is that there are some minority vendors who said that early on they were getting a lot of business with the demolition, and now I got to remember if it was Waste Pro that they feel that are now taking their project. And I'm gonna give you a specific, there were 4 duplexes that were torn down on Progress Road. And instead of the one contractor having all 4, they had 2 and the other person had 2. And what the contractor was saying is how that was more expensive because they had to take off their big equipment and then other people had to bring it on. And this is just a comment because I'm thinking about it. But who would I talk to about how those demolition and debris contracts and how the work is distributed?
So that's a little bit different. That
And
deals
they're
with
ready to
ARP.
go, so
I
I know I
understand.
can't get it now. I just
If
wanna
you get
know
with
who
me,
to
I'll
talk
put you
to.
in contact with Alicia Pritchard, and she can assist you
And
with.
she's with who?
She's the manager of the Blight Division, Neighborhood Revitalization.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
You gonna
Thank you.
email me or are you gonna write it?
I will email you and put you in contact with her.
Thank you. There is a motion to approve from the chair, seconded by Coleman. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item carries. Councilwoman Amoroso, do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion. To adjourn. Second by the chair. Any opposition? Seeing none, we are adjourned.